Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は216日目です。It is day 216. 2 days after the roughy, bumpy start. Let's see if it's gonna smooth out a little bit here. It is almost 2 o'clock, so we'll be hitting this group. I think this group it's 81, and it's one slab, so it's gotta be like a more recent level. We'll see how fresh that is in our head. Lots to do today. I'm gonna try to finish in less, let's see, 2 p.m. Try to conclude before 7 or 8 local time. I got a deadline to meet. All right, let's get into it. Heck, that's not it. Like your oh, I remember. What? Oh, that's a typo. And what was this? Oh. Okay.
100
Yaku. That's a burn.
200
Yaku. Okay, so we got some burns coming in. Alright.
宇宙船
you said
確率
確率
火災
火災
減らす
減らす
容疑者
容疑者
友人
友人 That's a burn. It's an okay term.
立ち去る
立ち去る立ち去る
宇宙人
宇宙人 Okay. Alright.
目覚める
目覚めるOops. I missed the P. Okay. Element. Okay. Uh,
倒産
倒産 Equal birth? How does equal birth work? Wait. Equal birth. Oh wait. That's not equal birth. Overthrow. Right. What? Oh,
面倒
Mendo. Okay.
固有名詞
Koyumeshi. Okay. Dang it. I went with my gut. My gut failed. Alright, alright. Demonics time. We are planning. I can use key. Oh, right. That's like, ooh. Wazateru? Wazateru? Cool. What? No. What? Cool. What? Okay. Wadateru.
企てる
Wadateru. The heck? Okay. Right.
"不思議
Fushigi. Okay. No, 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 no.
"暴走族」
Osozoku. What? Wait. No. Hmm. Uh. Wait, no. I need to use. Definitely can.
剣を
Kino. And. Okay.
イライラする
Ira suru. Okay. That one's a little. That one's rough. Okay.
機嫌
Again. That one's okay.
なくす
Nakusu. I'm just gonna stick with it. It's fine. Okay. Oops. Oh,
倒す
house. I feel like it's still. Oh no, it's not. Coon. I feel like it's. Dang it, a coon for this. This is a burn. Okay, so roof and drop. It does deal with treasure, right? And oh, this is this requires some. Well, I require some work on this one. So the requirement, because it's a coon standalone, we're retroactively adding. Because this is Hull, right? Hull would be, or is it Jew? Yeah, I think it might actually be Jew. Huh. And I have to link that with this. This is Takara, Tackler.
宝
Takara and. Alright, so let's link this up. Takara needs reinforcement, and it's Hull, right? But I kind of thought, oh no, it's just Hull. Okay. Alright, so under the roof of the home of the king, there are many drops of treasure guarded under the roof of the hall of the king. There are many drops of treasure guarded by his personal Takara. Okay. I'm not. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of curious. Is Takara the only Takara? It's probably the only Takara. Oh no, I forgot. Takara Kuji works too. Actually, it's Hull that has less. Oh no. We have 2 Hulls and 2 Takaras. Okay. Maybe Takara Kuji will be rezzed. It will res with Takara. These are separated by a lot. What level is this? Level 6? Oh no, just kidding. That's the next level. This is level 5? No, level 4. Okay. That might be something to res. Not too bad though. Not too bad. How did this work? Moon, Stan. What face? Okay.
続ける
続ける Just stick with simple. Don't need to get too fancy. Okay. Those are coming along, yes. Who has the more doubt?
Kengi.
Gengi. Okay.
参加する
Ankasuru. Got quite a few 50-50s, but mnemonic cuts to 50-50. Which is good. That's what they're used for. Most of the mnemonics that are preemptively made in lessons is to cut down a 50-50 for the time being.
会議
Kaigi. What? Hmm.
先々月
Sensengetsu. What in the Sensengetsu? That's fine. Recent months works still. It's an expression. It's fine. And that was a burn, I think. Oops. Investigate and examine are, while they're different characters, their meanings may overlap. That gut feeling failed. Or establish. Same thing. Create and establish.
議長
Icho.
暴力団
暴力団
形容動詞
形容動詞
議会
議会 no wait. 議会 Liberate. To meet, to deliberate. 議会 as opposed to the other way around. Kaigi makes sense. Gikai. Gikai. Oh, yeah. He is up front. Okay. It's the body of peeps. The body of peeps.
いい加減にしろ
いい加減にしろ Oops. Wait. Did that feel right? No. Yes. No. Wait. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. Oh man, misspelled it.
500
That was a typo. Okay, that's a fine burn.
Tetsutsuki.
Tezutsuki. 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 Tezutsuki is continuing hand. Right. Stuff. Okay. Okay.
災難
Dainan. Right. What? Dainan. Oh, maybe not. What's a difficult disaster? A crisis? No. Oh, I thought I was okay with this one. Cause yesterday. Oh no, this is really bad. What's a really bad one? Calamity. I think it's actually misfortune. So that's fine too. Okay. Grass, hands, fins, in the air. Raise. What are we raising? Oh. Fingers compare. Oh, what? That took disappointingly long.
心得
Kokoroe. Oh no. One, two. Longer than I would like.
400
400. I got some number burns for today.
議論
You don't. What? Oh, no. Oh, wait. Hold. Is this the... No, this is not. It's like... Off Earth. Off Earth. It's Kun, right? It's Kun.
Nunoji.
Nunoji. This is wild. Something like Wada. No, Waza. Wazawai. Wazawai.
災い
災い 災い Yeah, 災い It's Tokyo. Experience a gigantic disaster. Gigantic cyborgs. Okay, okay. Akatakaji. I mean, Arakaji. I'm telling you, Arakaji, mate. Levels of stuff. Guard. Okay.
比率、
比率。
他動詞
他動詞。Okay, hold.
外れ
Hazure. That's a misspelling. Why do I feel you're different too? Or are you? Yes. Just nature. No, I don't think so. Let's see. Body, acquire body. Going back to the same thing. Oh, I just added this yesterday, right? This is Kunon. So Tokugawa acquired an elephant. Yeah, right.
得体
Etai. I'm doing pretty well, Bree. How are you? Thanks for asking. We started watching the show Severance. I think I am on episode 7. It is a sci-fi thriller mystery drama on Apple TV or Apple plus or whatever they call it nowadays.
飛行機
Well, I don't think this changed, right? Dab body. Oh,
刺身
sashimi. I doing alright too? You complain about them removing all those obituaries and they put them back? Or did you like you particularly or a bunch of people? But that's nice to have all the obituaries back, interesting enough. Uh,
議員
hmm.
産む
You don't know if it was more than one person, probably was, but all you know is you did send a strongly worded message to the customer service expressing your frustration. There was an outlet for that. Strong worded, huh?
会議室
会議室. Okay. Oops. Did they go with Kun? No, they didn't go with Kun. So it's probably Cole. Burn. Okay.
飲酒運転
飲酒運転.
Umeawaseru
埋め合わせる. 埋め合わせる. They also added a feature to download obituaries, so you download all the ones you had prior to 1922 onto your computer just in case it happens again. Sounds like a very reasonable planned contingency. Solid move. Oops.
履物
Akimono.
Saigai
I. Oops. Oh wait. Okay. Art. Public. Being leader. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was the king leader. How's the show so far? It's excellent. It's one of the shows that are like top list, much watch list shows. Yeah, it's a must watch list show. It's not necessarily matters. What is matters to a king? Duty? Oops.
世の中
Knockout. I would say it's usually in my wheelhouse of writing. So things like Westworld, it's probably like what, like if you watched Westworld, it's that kind of thing. Westworld, Alter Carbon, the movie Moon. The movie Moon would be a great example. Oh. Yeah, it's a science fiction thriller mystery. So, in the nature of that, I would cite other shows in which you could possibly have watched without discussing the show. So it's like Black Mirror, the movie Moon, Alter Carbon, a little bit of Battlestar Galactica, a longer running Star Trek micro series, 100, that kind of thing. Yeah. Truman Show. If you've seen the Truman Show, the movie Truman Show, Spotless Mind, something, the Magnificent, oh no, I forgot what it's called. The Beautiful Internal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, right? Internal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, that type of thing. It deals with memory manipulation, not in the sense of mentalist. It's quite literally the opposite in that regard. And it's built in a murder mystery. Dark, I mentioned Dark before. Yeah, that type of thing. Maybe Stranger Things. Stranger Things is kind of a little bit more of a outward vision. It's more of an inward. It's a introspection, like things like I was talking about, humans, Ex Machina, the movie Ex Machina, Blade Runner, right? Blade Runner, and things that deal with introspection of humans. It's a human condition. It's a human condition show. So less so if it's post-apocalyptic and whatnot. Some people might describe it as dystopian. I don't. Dystopian is very generalizingly, stereotypically used to describe a external like system, sort of external system trigger or catalyst. In this case, Severance addresses something that's internal. And if you remove the anachronism, so there's an anachronism in the show, or maybe a futuristic invention kind of show, where it could also be considered alternative history. Basically, something was invented. And what are the ramifications of it? It can be seen as dystopian in the sense of your science fiction future dystopian settings. But in this case, this is really close to the human condition, to the point that if you remove the literal anachronism, it still happens right now, this very moment. That's what makes it more of a human condition show than like a Fallout, for example. But it does have elements of Fallout, right? Amazon Prime's Fallout. So there's that. So if you're in the mood for a dystopian human condition, I'm just gonna rattle off some where it's like dystopian human condition, introspection, grief. Usually dystopian deals with elements of grief, existentialism. So that's Severance. Yeah, it deals with a lot of that. Actually, the most recent episode they played on existentialism. Yeah, all your goodies, all your little tap here and there, your clandestine operation with no details, but maybe there'll be some details. Upload is a great comedy rom-com for an example of existentialism in like Severance and stuff. Actually, Upload would be if one doesn't like the super serious, melodramatic, like super dramatic espresso depresso of Severance. Upload is a rom-com dealing with a similar approach. You haven't picked a new show up to watch yet since finishing The Mentalist. Yeah, how was your second go around or your third go around for Mentalist? I remember you mentioning like multiple times, 3 or 4 times actually. Yeah, Severance is, yeah, I enjoy it. It's very comforting. I think the standout that I usually am unable to predict a lot of times is which approach of sound cinema, like there's cinematography, what approach they decide to do. I think writing has become less and less like diversified when it comes to what series really catches on, because nowadays people like to fixate on specific tones and stuff. Like what I mean is this Severance is a show that's raised to popularity, so I am watching it for that nature, and people tend to narrow in on very specific topics. So the show's writing itself is incredible, right? I quite enjoy it. Oh, there was another show. There are many shows like this. So in terms of the context, it's not as have the ability to surprise, but the cinematography and the cinematography is amazing. And the sound mixing and the music is incredibly amazing. So I thought of another show. It's a one-shot show on Netflix featuring, it was Emma Stone opposite Jonah Hill, a Maniac. Maniac would be another show that I think it was supposed to be a mini series. So if you're interested in something short and not really long investment, it would be the 10-episode mini episode called Maniac. That deals with very similar tones. It's one of my primary genre that I like to analyze. Second full time though, second full time though, random episodes here and there, but from start to finish only twice. Okay, it was great, even better than you remember. You'll probably rewatch again in a couple of years. That sounds delightful. Yeah. Again, I tend to do the whenever I have episodic, in order to empathize, right? I have various shows that I watch on and off for episodes in between shows that I'm watching for the first time, largely because they're episodic, and that nature of being episodic makes it very convenient to revisit all the time. I think that's one of the attractions of shows like that. Like, for example, King of the Hill has come back for season 14. You know, King of the Hill is returning. I saw the trailer promo of it. It's like, yeah, that's King of the Hill, all right. It's one of my really guilty caricatures of Southern Americana, King of the Hill. It's like Futurama, you know, Futurama would get renewed eventually again and so forth. Episodic. Let's see. We gotta focus though. Today, yeah, stay on track. Still got another 100 reviews on WaniKani, actually. Alright. What do we have? Severance has 2 seasons, and its 3rd season was recently teased, I think, or announced. And it is the Netflix. It is the like premium streaming format. So 8 episodes, 8 to 10 episodes each at an hour each. So roughly, you know, 90 minutes, not 90 minutes. Sorry. 9 hours, roughly 9 hours each season for runtime. Yeah, the cinematography. What should I say about the cinematography? It really exudes Wes Anderson. It's definitely a Wes Anderson thing. But it also tackles many of the trends of brilliantly laid out artistic choices for cinematography. I like my artsy fartsy luminal space palette swapping, really quote unquote artificial placements. Because nowadays, due to the advent of modern technology and convenience and like camera tech and all that, usually people shoot in naturalistic environments, you know, like on the street, on location, or try to create an entire set that makes it as close to whatever it's representing. Science fiction requires a different approach to that, and sometimes science fiction may try to be naturalistic, and that's fine, right? That's cool. But one of the things that, much like animation, science fiction can go really hard, or fantasy as well can go really hard, in the sense that most things are staged, and Severance is wonderfully staged. Like, it's lovely to see the unnatural creativity of the human mind versus this is grounded, not grounded in the sense of environment in cinematography. I think Mentalists, to me, that's what makes the cinematography disinteresting. Like, it's not the strength of the show, obviously. Procedural shows like that, you do not have the luxury, or potentially some shows do, but they cost a lot of money and they usually get canceled because of financial reasons. Like Sense8 required many locations. It's incredibly sprawling. Wheel of Time got canceled because it's one of the reasons is it's incredibly sprawling. So if you're doing like on location shooting and all that stuff, it's incredibly expensive. But in science fiction, there are many clever ways to make something feel so big but also very small. And Wes Anderson is often someone that plays on that all the time. While they might not always hit, like the movies can be hit and miss when it comes to writing, the cinematography, it's for art's sake. So I do love that Hitchcockian take. Like, it's not interesting watching Mentalists. Like, I have to be perfectly honest. Like, watching it, the performances are great. Like, whenever they focus on the people, right, and do the performances, they sit around, they interact, that's fantastic. But everything else is as mundane and average and can be mistaken for most things, right? If you take a scene or a shot, an overhead shot from Law and Order, it could be mistaken for something in Mentalist, etc., like True Detective and whatnot. And that can over time be a little bit less interactive. But Severance, each shot is incredibly choreographed. The settings are so deliberately staged that the luminal space of the setting should draw your attention. It's like watching a Hitchcock film where you see people sitting in the room and the room has one shelf and a electric fan and one bed and nothing else. The room is completely barren. And you think, oftentimes, you're like, why didn't they fill the room up? Right? So that's the type of thing. Like Wes Anderson does that fairly well. When you watch one of his movies, you look at the scene. The scene itself is incredibly interesting. And it complements the actors and actresses. Like what they wear, like how the camera is, why are we only seeing half of the actor's body? Why did they choose to talk through a window when their house is literally 2 feet away from each other? That's the type of staging that I really enjoy. So I think Severance really captures that. So that's probably my highlight for the moment for Severance. The cinematography and sound design is incredible. Some of the first shots where you just have a table in the middle of a room, or like cubicles with excess space to the left and right, it's phenomenal. It's using the stage to make you feel things. Like, you should feel small, you should feel empty, but and then some, like, to contrast other scenes where like, oh, it feels full and lively, and then suddenly a scene, just the room itself will make you feel small and empty inside. That is the artsy fartsy nature, and I can definitely see the appeal of Severance. It's working another property. It focuses on a different property of filmmaking, because books can only do so much when it comes to sound design and visual guidance, visual emotional guidance, right? A lot of times books, you have the liberty with your imagination to interpret a lot of those things, and the interpretation only goes so far. So that's why I enjoy filmmaking and shows. They introduce a different element that oftentimes is lost for someone who has a personal bias towards their own way of thought, right? Especially reading books. Oftentimes when people say like, oh yeah, the Harry Potter movies are worse than the books, that's someone who likes to rely on their own interpretations. But Severance, shows like Severance, movies like Wes Anderson, my personal nod would be Guillermo del Toro. Del Toro has this way of opening the mind and to presentation. Yeah, but most of the shows we've been talking about do not do that. They're magnetic towards being grounded, and being anchored by their groundedness. You do want to finish your rewatch of Blind Spot, but there's 5 to 6 episodes in the middle of season 2 that are just so mad that you're not motivated to watch them, but you don't want to skip them because you're weird like that. That's perfectly all right, you know. Serial, I get you. It's kind of like it's taking all my willpower to decide that I really do need to put WaniKani and HanziHero on vacation mode when I go to Otakon, or when I take a week off, right? It is this week. This coming week is the Otakon weekend. Like, you just don't want to skip a day kind of situation, right? Something about being completing from beginning to end consecutively. It's a wonderful feeling. Apps prey on that all the time. Yeah, habit formation. Habit formation is quite powerful. Yeah, that's enough about my severance thing. I can't talk about the like subject matter and the like the human condition it tackles without basically explaining the entire show. Oh, yeah, that's science fiction for you. Science fiction mystery. Like this is the intimate type of science fiction. So mentioning the actual theme is the entirety of the show. As opposed to like discussing the back end, the end user experience, which is the Mentalists, for example. Mentalists have multiple arcs. All the arcs are episodic. The context may or may not sit with you. There's plenty of content. Episodic shows are based on the writing content, like the variability of the writing content. Meanwhile, thrillers and mysteries, I don't consider Metal as a mystery, but thriller and mysteries, the whole setup of the show is reliant on that singular theme, right? They double down and hyper focus on a singular theme. It's those type of shows where that's where that visceral reaction to spoilers comes from on the internet side of things. I'm not too apprehensive about spoilers, but I'm not assuming that others would be okay with it, right? But Severance, really, really wonderful show. I'm not familiar with the actor, the main actor, like most of the actors actually. Oh no, I'm familiar with one of the. I'm familiar with one of the actors for a very different reason, and that show got canceled. Wait. Oh no, no, that show didn't get canceled. It did finish, and it's one of the lesser of the shows. It was Agent Shield, or Agents of Shield, and she played one of the mutants. You're going on vacation, so is the streamer you mod that he's going to EU for 2 weeks? You have no one to watch. Wait, when is he going to EU? Yeah, I'm going this weekend. So Wednesday, I'm gonna take that as an off day to prepare for the trip and stuff. I usually spend 1 day preparing, making sure my headspace is in the right place. Then it goes from Tuesday to Sunday, but I travel back on Monday. And then Tuesday, I take a rest day. I take a rest day to acclimate and change my mindset to come back. So that's exactly 7 days. And then we're hitting the ground running again because Wagotabi launch day will be the day after that. So we're gonna have a long Wagotabi thing. Yeah. He's leaving this Thursday? Oh yeah, that's also the same day I'm leaving. What a coincidence. You have a lot of time to watch shows and whatnot. I'll look forward to hearing what you do for a week. Right? We'll have lots to catch up. I will be trying to post like photos and stuff. Last year I tried to do that, but I was like not as focused on doing that. It is there, Otakon 2024. It is in the Discord, but I'll try to take some more pictures. I usually work. The schedules were already released. I work during all the high traffic times because everyone else like to work when it's not high traffic so that they can go and enjoy the con. Like lots of people work in the morning hours, so then they don't have to work in the evenings, the afternoons and evenings, so they can go and enjoy like the main events and whatnot. And I have no preference. Maybe next year I'll have a preference because I'm bringing someone along, but usually I just take whatever hours that people take. And for me, it almost always, like the last several years, it involves me taking from afternoon to closing. So I sit there, give out badges, see all the people rushing, coming in excited for the duration of the one of the, obviously the trade-off is I don't have to get up early. It actually starts in the afternoon, so my sleep schedule has already been shifted to meet that. I've already anticipated that. I just have to get up before noon. But usually I try to get up for breakfast and whatnot. Try to be a little bit more active during those days. I don't sleep too much during this, maybe like 3 or 4 hours each day. Sometimes I don't sleep at all, largely because A game, lots of things to do. All right. I guess this is to... I'm starting to mix up a little bit, like to be in disorder or to confuse. This one is to... This is transitive. And disorder is... Oops.
乱す
Midasu. Or to get in disorder, to put in disorder. These words. Yeah, to throw in disorder. Oh, I kind of like to throw in disorder.
混乱する
Onnansuru. Oh, is this to be in disorder? Okay. Fair enough. What?
白人
Akujin. That's a burn.
解説
Kaisetsu. Okay, this one took me a while yesterday. Kaisetsu. And it still is. A little bit better. What? Oh.
Kuchibue
Shibue. How's the other person doing? Bree. What is the other person up to lately?
飛ぶ
Bobu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what does iya mean? Oh, just dislike. It's fine. Ain't no way that's EI. Is it? No, okay. Alright. So I think this is a both Gen and Kenji moment. And they don't like women being... They both don't approve of women being compared to Mona Lisa. How does that work? I've lost my... Oh, no. This is the one with Kira. They both don't approve of Kirai.
嫌い
Okay.
Shinsai.
Insight. What? Oh,
説得する。
it took suru. What? Oh, that's not it. How does this work?
Sankasha.
Sankasha.
警察官。
警察官。Okie dokie. Uh,
実り。
Minori. Alright, now we got 81 from a different unit. From a different level. Let's see how well we remember.
形容詞。
形容詞。
改まる。
改まる。
若々しい。
若々しい。弓矢。弓矢。弓矢。Okay. Okay. Alright.
不可分。
多分。Okay. Oh, I think I know which. I think this is the level before. I think this is level 20. What did they want for this? Like accurate, maybe? Real? True? Authentic? Okay. Enough pivoting. How did they... We already had a vocabulary word with this in it. So it's much more defined when there's a vocabulary word. Kaku. Certain. I think we're gonna put accurate, true, authentic for these. Okay. What? Oh, wait. That gut feeling failed. Whoops. Wait.
可能性。
That was a typo. 可能性。可能性。Okay.
胸焼け。
胸焼け。Whoops. Oh. Just kidding.
穴場。
穴場。 A hole? What? Oh, yes. Anaba. What? Oh no. Hmm. Uh. Oh, this is
実る
Minoru.
Onkun.
Honkun. Okay.
動詞
Doshi. Doshi. Okay.
天気予報
Tenkiyoho.
焼ける
Yakeru. Hmm.
歌詞
Kashi. Alright. What? Uh.
Anago
Anago. Huh. Oh no. How does it work? YOLO? Oh no, that's not. A whole child. I should write a meaning for this. I feel like I had to write a meaning for this. Right? Anago. Young child whole. Oh no. It's not because it just sounds like anago. uh okay. I got it. I got it. It's fine.
自動詞
Jidoshi. Just trying to embed it into my head right now. Okay. Ooh.
のど飴
Nodoame. Okay. A full stretch of stuff.
留守番電話
Subandenwa. Okay. Okay.
宇宙
Uchu. Okay. Oh, wait. No. Is it? Oops. No. I write something for this, and it's not coming to me right away. So, did I write anything for you? Shoot! Oh, I did write something for you.
種
Ane. Okay. What? Oops.
忘れ物
Wasuremono. Okay. Oops. Yeah. Typo. Ah.
汽笛
Teki. Okay. Wait. that gut feeling went out the window.
助詞
Yoshi. Okay.
中
Two. Oh no, just kidding. Uh,
借り手
Karite. Okay.
高等学校
Otogakko. Okay.
笛
Ue. Okay.
手洗い
Tearai. Um,
つなぐ
Nagu. YOLO? Oh, just kidding. I'm YOLOing too hard. Alright, I need to pause. Flower.
わかめ
Wakame. Okay.
人たち
Otachi. Hmm. I still feel like I need to pivot this. Do I have another read for Waka? Huh. Ah. What does this mean? A young person? Uh, let's push this.
寿司
Sushi. Numeral is good. What?
履歴書、
履歴書。
皿洗い、
皿洗い。
自覚、
自覚。
履く、
履く。Mm, this is kind of weak. Clothes. Oh.
閉じる、
閉じる。Oh. Interesting. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding.
読者、
読者。Oh, this could help. Does it? No, no, it doesn't.
若い、
若い。
瀕死、
瀕死。
しずしず、
しずしず。What? Wait. Oh, okay. All right, let's go back to our mnemonic. What do we have? Oh,
混ざる、
混ざる。Oops. I can bay. Uh-oh. Incur.
名詞、
名詞。
なくなる、
くなる。Oh, that's a YOLO. Hmm. Whoops.
煙い、
眠い。
立ち入り禁止、
立ち入り禁止。
鼻の穴、
鼻の穴。
人類学、
人類学。 And then we have our one skip, right? Did that help? It does not. Did not help me. Alright. Time to brainstorm a little. Young person. It's definitely young someone, right? And then someone we have Sha. It's gotta be Sha. So the left we have what's the other thing? Gotta dig. Flowers, stone, I mean, can't be as simple as Wakasha. Oh wait. Oh, I remember. Oh, oh no, it's so close. It's definitely Waka, but
若者
Wakamono. Yes. Yes. We did it. All right. Nice. All right. That was clean. It's the last two levels though. It's level 20 and level 20. That was definitely last level, pretty sure. They're still fresh. Our short-term memory, at least for my case, short-term memory lasts pretty well based even on rote memory alone, or like 2 or 3 weeks. It's past the 1 month period is when we really test how strong our mnemonics are, how solidified our mind palace is. Okay. All right. Let's do our Mohawk. Simultaneous. I almost lost simultaneous day. Next, spear, number, half, and blade. So our Riri's. Okay. Kana. Mora. E. This takes a while. Yeah, this takes so long. Like, honestly, it kind of gets lost too. We'll skip that for now. Se. Sa. Ki. Soul. That's it. Almost lost that one today. Ken. Wait, Ken and I think this is. Is this Ken too? Ken? I think so. Ken. Ha. Actually, it's Ha? Kunyomi? I think. Oh no, it's not. Okay. This is Kunyomi. Oka. This takes a bit too. So. Done. This took a while as well. For the meaning. Okay. Nin. And this took a while to Jo. Oh, even this one. Seki. She'll say a little bit faster. Zol, that's much faster. We spent a lot of time on that. This one too, Ze. Ken. Sai. Ki. So, how's this week right now? Oh, because it's a location. Ko. Kyo. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. Pretty quick. Not bad. Double levels, but it's short-term memory still. We're using short-term memory. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. I'm always here for a good yap. Obviously, I've come into the routine of talking about what I watch in the evening. Suppose we'll have a lot of discussions in the incoming week. I'll be away soon enough. We still got a day or two, right? The day before I go on vacation we got 2 more days. Tomorrow is P5X day as well, so we'll do a little bit of that. And I can't squeeze in another update, so we gotta move some of the updates. It's kind of jam-packed for the next 2 days. Obviously, I won't be here, but I'll still be working at like 300%. When I go to a convention, it's 300%. We do what we do now, only times 3, right? So I want to keep my mind clear, my energy all devoted to doing the best I can. There's no, reward in it per se. I just like doing stuff for people. So I only do this once a year, like guaranteed. Every single year I go to Otakon. So every single year, all that extra energy and maintenance and stuff, I get to leave it there. It'll be exciting to feel incredibly exhausted for 4 days straight, right? Driving, speaking to people, just doing good old things. I do miss working, right? Working for a purpose. So this is how I balance that to some extent. Yeah, feel free to stop on by and share your little hot takes on what keeps you motivated on doing things, right? I like being part of a bigger picture, working as a group, right? So always feel free. I'm always here to do the occasional yap, right? Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani in Japanese, 皆さんまたね、いてくれてありがとう, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, do a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎再次回来。今天是第209天day 209, right? Day 209. Business as usual. Getting into a bit of a rougher patch. But the last 2 days have smoothed out quite a bit. But there's some bumpy times along the way. 4 things, right? 4 things from yesterday. What am I looking for? Hoang? No, Hoang. Right. Hoang. Which is slow or unhurried. Then we have Tiara. This is Hall. 1/1000th. 1/1000th, sorry, 1/1000th. And oof. Okay, let's try that again. That's awful, but it's sufficient. Fine. That's really sloppy. Fine, which is annoyed. And body. Whoops. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I think I wrote it incorrectly. Did I? I feel like bow is the other way. Yeah. I think I might have written it incorrectly yesterday. So it's like this. I have to double check. This is Chong for poor. Sometimes I get the 2 of these, one stroke is missing. Let's go double check. But that's it for today, or from yesterday. It's under poor. Oh no, it was correct. It's fine. Oh, I did miss a stroke. Okay, that's fine for bow. Okay, let's get into our lessons.
尊严
真言. 真言, Jin is born, respect, Yan, strict, dignity. Interesting, strict, respect, dignity. If something has dignity, then it must be strict in how we behave towards it. Always give it its due. Interesting, honor. I see, dignity. Honestly, lack of a better word, what is the difference between integrity and dignity? Integrity and dignity, while related, are distinct concepts. Integrity is about adhering to moral principles and being honest and ethical. It doesn't have to be the quality of it. And while dignity is about being treated with respect and having inherent worth. Okay? So it's inward and outward. Yeah, inward, outward. Okay. Because oftentimes you could say one has integrity and one has dignity, right? Or one honor. 尊严民主尊严
民族尊严
民主庄严
尊严
尊严 not 庄严尊严
珍贵
珍贵 precious expensive precious 珍贵这本书对我来说很对我来说珍贵I forgot about 对我来说 it's more like it appears to me or it is said to me that it is expensive, so this book is very precious to me. Or very precious, sorry. I thought about expensive, but very high value to me. Yeah, 对我来说 Oops.
珍贵传染
传染 to pass on 染 to pass on die oh no yeah I'm not sure how I feel about 染 being die like to die something to maybe die to like coat or change or infect like I see how the infect works right like I want to say like to alter in a way like to mask something because if you're passing on to die you're infecting like you're passing on something right but I think it's okay fine 他传染给我他的I was gonna say 毒病 but this is not 毒病 something 病疾病no 疾病 do we have 疾 I don't think we have 疾 snot and arrow would Jimmy Neutron? No, not really.
传染
传染
启示
启示 to spread is kind of useful for that too to spread contagious I guess 启示Foreman door mouth open matters notice yeah open up a matter or notice announcement 这是一个新活动的启示活动 event
启示桃花
peach blossom makes sense or peach flower it's peach flower is fine the flower is the blossom or blossoms are flowers 桃花的香气 smell
桃花的香气
whoops I pronounced it incorrectly 香气
桃花
right
尊严 喜事，
喜事，
桃花，
花，
传染，
传染，
珍贵，
珍贵，棒球。棒球 just sounds like baseball, honestly. It just feels like baseball. That's such a good one. 棒球。他的棒球，持数 ，right？持数非常优厚。Or is it 线？欧线？优线。
他的棒球技术非常优秀。
优秀。Oh, dang it! It is 优秀。技术。Right? 技术。Oh no, it's 技 not 持。技。How does G work? Finger and branch. Oh, skillful. Okay. Yeah, 技术。技术 or 句子。Okay. 句子。棒球。
棒球，中央，
center 中央。Okay, center. Okay. 中央公园。
中央，桃树，
桃树 peach tree makes sense. I don't think we need this is fine. We're fine with these.
桃树，
桃树
自尊，
自尊 self-respect makes sense. 自尊 oops
自尊，传染病，
传染病 infectious disease, right? Infect, disease, or illness. 传染病可以通过空气传什么传actually no, what is that? 传播 interesting 播 yep, no 播 yet.
传染病，
传染病
棒球，
棒球Japanese mix up.
中央，
中央
自尊，
自尊
传染病，
传染病
桃树，
桃树 Alright,
开启，
开启 open 开启他开启了门他开启了门
他开启了门。
开启，
冰棒
冰棒，
yeah popsicle Bing bang. An ice club. A lolly ice. Interesting. Ice lolly. 我喜欢在秋天 oh no 夏天吃冰棒。
我喜欢在夏天吃冰棒。
夏天冰棒。
冰棒。央求。
央求 center requests where something is to request to earnestly from the center of your very being. Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. Requesting from the heart. Beg. Plead. 他央求我帮助。他央求帮助。
央求。润。
润。moist. Moist. Okay. Rudolph is in the bathroom of the infirmary where there's a scepter. Okay, you got the scepter. Jammed in between the saloon doors in the infirmary that are at the entrance of the bathroom. Okay, preventing him from leaving. Interesting. Rudolph sprays his reindeer saliva all over the scepter to moisten it up and then is able to yank it out with his 2 hooves. Well, that's kind of weird. He puts the moist scepter in the sink for the nurses to deal with, then begins to leave the bathroom. Okay, let's just say spray, saliva, it works all the same, right? Basically, Rudolph is an Rudolph doesn't have many things, huh? Interesting. Yeah, Rudolph's ones are really weak, but Rudolph is not that common either so far. It's probably among the bottom 5 in frequency at the moment, or representation. Like raw, ru is probably the most common. Like ru for enter and raw for weak. Oh, and ru to be. Like, I think those are it. For the most part. Okay. So Rudolph, Rudolph, it's Rudolph. He needs to get back to work, right? Or maybe he's healing or recuperating from the long Christmas day, right? So he's in an infirmary recovering, but there happens to be a jam of the scepter. He tries to pull it out with his mouth, which causes saliva to spray all over the place, over the scepter, and it kind of like wets it and makes it a little slippery, moisten it, and it comes out, right? And he just pitches it in the place, letting the nurse deal with it, which puts it in the infirmary, I suppose. That's fine. Rudy, what the heck? I don't actually know what Rudy means, technically. Hoang Run. Rudy? Rudy is to describe something that is reddish. Oh. Okay. That makes sense with the red. Red moist. Hong. Yeah, Hong Run. Li Run. Profit? Oh, it's kind of like oh, interesting. Profit moist. Oh, it seems that run can be a complementary. It's largely complementary. Yeah. It's one of those characteristic words. Unfortunately, I don't know what the left one is.
润。
润。
急。
The edit. Intriguing. Oh no, we have mouth and ears at the same time. Boy, howdy. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is inside the living room of the house making small edits to a car he is building there. He attaches 2 ears to each side of the cars instead of rear view mirrors. That's fair. And also gives the car a mouth so it can speak. When it is done editing when he is done editing, he goes sit inside and starts editing his scientific report on creating a new type of car. Genius idea. That actually works out really well. That works out really, really well. Album. Intriguing. Zhuangji. Turn into edit. Oh no, special edit. Wait. Zhuangji. Interesting. Special edit album. BNG makes sense. Edit, that's to edit the compile and edit. Logic. Luoji. No reference for law. That's pretty big character.
急
Yeah, you know what's really interesting, at least personally from my perspective, I think this might not be true for other people, but personally this is how I feel in the perspective of things. When one is in the people that I met over the times when it talks about kanji, right, or kanji or hanzi, right, I feel those oftentimes people I often get the impression that they get excited, they're very excited, but they're also spin it in a dubious effect, like a somewhat, oh, wait till. I honestly feel that the more complicated the kanji is, the more comfortable it is. Like, because of the nature of how compressed the context is, the more context you have in a kanji or a hanzi, the less daunting it is. So maybe I'm misreading the intent of people when they constantly say, oh yeah, but isn't this kanji a monster? It's less of a monster with more information. And I feel that is often something that might not be common to people. Less is more the typical thing, like efficiency, right? Things that take less steps are more positive. It's viewed more of a positive thing when it comes to learning. I actually find more complicated things a lot more approachable. I'm more motivated to learn, I'm more motivated to remember things, and there's more to work with. So honestly, like this, at least 3, 4, or 5 elements. The higher it goes, the more likely it's less and less effort to remember the things. So it's and I want to parallel this with something. It happens with incompetence as well. I'm not saying that people are stupid. I'm saying they're inexperienced. So when someone is vastly normalizing, trying to make things easy, then complicated things aren't approachable. So that also happens naturally, a lot of times intuitively. When someone becomes more competent, they are more likely to view things in complexity and be comfortable with complexity than trying to simplify things. So when you become a specialist, right, if you know something very intimately, it's very difficult to once again explain simple matters or have that empathy for simplification or foundational work, because you get beyond that. You're like, oh, it's a waste of time. It's too easy for you. So in order for me to juggle both sides, whenever I think I know something really well, I teach it. I try to explain it in a simplified manner, in an approachable manner, right? In order to keep myself attached to that ability. While the incompetent side, you don't really have that choice until you do it, unless you spend most of the time skill building and understand the natural process. But generally speaking, when someone gets very excited, like oh, wait till it gets hard, it actually gets easier as you're going. in my opinion. Like personally for me, the longer you stick with something, the easier it gets down the road. We're not talking about clarity. Clarity is an entirely different situation. Like, if you're result bound and you focus on the results, of course there are less results when things get harder, right? But the feeling of attaching and understanding and expression and motivation stuff, that becomes easier over time. So you want to start, you intuitively or consciously tackle much harder and complex situations than you once were. So in my opinion, when it comes to behavioral analyses, it's a very strong initial flag for someone's competence. When someone is very excited about something down the road and they speak as a nature of not having knowledge, yes, it can seem very hard. But in my opinion, when you get there, a lot of times, if you truly have specialized and embraced something, you come out of the valley of despair. And most of the stuff is far more interesting when it's complex, not when it's simplified. So when it comes to kanji and Hanzi, I actually love far more when characters have at least 4 elements. So this is something that has come up many times because, you know, you meet people who learn passively most of the time, and when they learn passively, they have this habit of saying, oh man, isn't this crazy? Like, this is such a crazy kanji. I'm like, or Hanzi, and my first thought is, what do you mean? There's so much to work with. You're far less likely to forget when there's so much context in that kanji or that Hanzi, right? And that's kind of how I feel now. The harder stuff that I need to work on are the simpler kanji and Hanzi, because those things are used very frequently and they have so many applications. So in its complexity, that simplicity makes it less likely to provide enough information. And that's where like sentences and paragraphs come in. When someone and I still have the same perspective with that. When someone says, oh yeah, you know, this stuff is easy, wait till you start reading sentences and stories and stuff, that's easier. It has even more context. Now you might be thinking, well, yeah, of course, most people say that. You learn with sentences and paragraph because it's easier than learning straight up disjointed vocabulary. It's like, that's a double standard. People are talking about it's easier to learn, but it's also easier to practice. Like the effort is, there's a lot more things to pay attention. So the effort actually goes up. But the aspect of needing to come up with something, abstraction and stuff, goes down. So it's easier because there's less abstraction. But to me, it's both easier because you can be abstract and be literal, so it's doubly easy. And it's weird when people talk about like, oh yeah, but stories and paragraphs are more complex than using vocabulary and disjointed vocabulary and radical systems. Like, no, that's a logical fallacy. It's as complex as you make it, right? Like, abstraction is what's creating that apparent difficulty for, in my opinion, is lost in translation between me and a lot of people. Like, and you can confirm this. You can ask, hey, do you like drawing? And they'll say, no, I'm not creative. That's a great example of how to confer indirectly if this person is an abstract thinker or not. Because generally, there's no downside to increased complexity, in my opinion, when it comes to retention and engagement. So this can be as complicated as possible, like this. This is complicated for something small. But, you know, when I get to sentences and paragraphs, it's no more complicated or strenuous than making something simple and turning it into something complicated. It's crazy, but it's something that I do not empathize with people. And I feel like it can be a little jarring because some people say, well, you just think you know everything. It's like, no, I'm curious about things. I don't know everything. I just know I'm curious about it. So as long as I'm curious about it, it's easier. There are more things to pay attention to. If there's less things, like Ji doesn't say much, I add more details to it. So oftentimes, you get that thing. It's like, well, these are disjointed vocabulary. They're not to me. They're not disjointed vocabulary. I've connected them. It can be very difficult when you don't have enough experience to connect them creatively and abstractly yourself. So inherently, yes, it would be great to get experience with that, which is reading sentences, listening to native speech and stuff. I'm not saying you're gonna sound like native people because you need examples for them, because I don't, well, technically I do, but I don't study how to be native, for example. But that doesn't mean these things lack context. It's only lacking context because the person abstractly does not conceive the context, right? It can be unnatural context. It's shocking how there's a consistent double standard to whatever's creative is unnatural, so therefore undesirable in order to learn something. Right? I think it's overrepresented. I might even say it's overrated. That in the world of the internet, you need a literal example explicitly explained to you and demonstrated to you in order to create something, create a context of your own, right? I understand not everyone wants to do that, and that's great, but I have to keep in mind, or I like to make a disclaimer, like being creative inherently will make you sound unnatural, or willing or tendency to create changes in things that are otherwise standardized. Now, does that help you achieve the goal that you want? Probably not, because people like to sound like other people. They like to be like other people. They like to be accepted like other people. Fear of non-conformity, right? That is a thing, because Japan is a conformist society, and so is China, and there's a balance to it, and I get to that balance at some point. But generally speaking, on the internet, it's a little disproportionate. It's like 90% conformity and 10% creativity, right? Because trends, standardization, metrics, algorithm, they promote conformity, which makes sense. If you normalize that and you're aware, and you're not aware of it, then yeah, you sound like a conformist. And what happens is it makes pattern behavior and looking at behavior and patterns very reliable. One of them is definitely competence, when it's correlated with someone who's likes to share how impressively difficult something is without understanding the emotional maturity that comes with developing a skill. Things that seemingly are difficult, or once seemed difficult, become familiar and essential, and even easier possibly in the long run, because your appreciation, the process changes. So it's different if you're someone who says your goal always stays the same no matter how hard you work, no matter how long you work. My goal does not stay the same. It changes, it keeps pivoting to a different place. I aim for something in the present time. There's absolutely, it's like 1% of the time that goal rarely stays the same. Like, you will pass the goal, but then the goal is different 10 days from now, 20 days from now, 30 days from now. So what seemed hard is no longer hard. It might actually be even easier than you think. But since you don't do it, as in aka lacking competence and experience at the moment, every perspective is based on your lack of confidence and understanding. So if something appears really, really hard, it stays really, really hard because you have not either matured, learned, learned not necessarily the content itself, but learned something about your interaction with the content, right? When you learn to walk, it's no longer complicated. When you learn to run, it's no longer complicated, right? If someone who can't run look at running, it's complicated, right? At least that's how I feel about like kanji and hanzi. I think the more you learn, the easier it gets a lot of times, but it's not for everyone. I think if you're a person who feels like it's constantly harder, to me, it's a telltale sign that your learning process is not evolving either. Your learning and stuff is not, your learning curve is not being reduced. It's not being refined or improved over time. There's a lack of integration, right? There's no emergent use of your information. So if someone is like 300 days into Anki, right, and that person still continues to interact with Anki the same way, then that is a person who likes face value stuff. They only do what the system is able to produce, right? And that's sufficient to get to a goal. It's not how I interact with things. After 30 days, it's going to be different. After another 30 days, it's going to be different. And it ultimately means, in my opinion, that I do more because I can do more, not because the system somehow magically changed. The system didn't change at all. Like, HanziHero didn't change. WaniKani didn't change. My comments and my experiences and the things I talk about to keep myself motivated, it changed. I changed from learning something. I think the two words that I would like to use for learning is, did you memorize it? Or did you internalize it? Because I internalized something about these tools. I don't simply memorize it. So if you're going around and you're saying, oh, it's just like day one, but with more volume, then you have internalized nothing about, like, ideally it would be you have internalized nothing if it feels the same, right? You literally have not learned or internalized anything from the experience. And that comes up a lot when, especially when it comes to internet experts. It's one of those things that I would make a meme here, like a hot take. Tell me that you know a lot of things, but don't experience a lot of things without telling me that. And that's spilling a bunch of information that you heard and read without any form of input on your experience with that information, like the application of that information. Like, for example, you share a fact about something. Like, oh, I heard that this trailer was really good. Go on. And then if you keep stating facts without sharing your thoughts about it, like characterizing your thoughts and integration and relationship with those information, then that is what I mean by internalizing. You did not internalize it. It's just a fact that you remember, and it will disappear the next day. It will disappear in a month, 2 months. You'll probably forget about it, right? If I enjoy a trailer, I'll explain the trailer, what's in the trailer, those are the facts, and then explain it from my perspective. My perspective as in, why is that trailer important to me? Why am I sharing it with you? Right? How does this relate to my motivations in mentioning the trailer to that other person? That's internalizing information. That's applying experience, right? Experience that otherwise wouldn't go beyond that. So whenever someone fact checks someone, right? That's what I mean. That's an internet expert. That's someone who does not have experience. They just like fact checking. So like when someone says, "Oh, you did that wrong," it's like it's actually this. You should Google it. That's a person, in my opinion, sits there and they memorize things, but they don't have a weight or value to it. In fact, the correcting thing is often inconsequential to the relationship of the person. So if you feel cold, exacting, and pedantic, that is memorizing information and then correcting other people without investing yourself. Like, why did you correct that other person? Do you have a story behind why is your propensity to want to correct for this? Like, you could share something like, "Oh, hey, I noticed that you say this a lot, but I remember it this way. And then this is why I remember it this way, because I used to think that," and so on. You have a story involved. That other person can connect with that story, right? It demonstrates to that person that you care about your tendency to correct something, right? It's an internalization. You share something. So whenever I share a fact, right, a fact or an information, I also reveal whether I am attached to that information or not. You can even say you don't have attachments to that information. That is creating self-awareness. Like when someone asks me about a topic, I have no idea what the heck is going on. My first question would be, or my first response would be something like, "Well, I haven't thought about that. And I can probably explain to you why I haven't thought about it. But for the record, since I don't know too much, I've heard that this is what this means. But since I don't know much about it, can you explain the importance of why you're sharing this information with me?" That is integration and internalizing information. It's using an application for the information. And in my opinion, what is one of the goated ways to retain information, however abstract or maybe miscellaneous and nuanced or random it is internalizing. If you want to remember something, apply it. I think right now, I recently, like 2 days ago, I had a conversation with another person who was trying to talk to me about comprehensible input again, or the theory of comprehensible input when it comes to language learning. Application. Application is for retention, not for learning. So comprehensible input, a lot of times the theory is largely dealing with the exposure nature, right? The exposure of new information. Retention is very different, in my opinion. When people are talking about it, they tend to combine learning and retention together, as though a theory about exposure somehow covers the spectrum of learning and practice, right? Practice for retention. And I disagree with that. It does involve it, maybe like 10 to 20%. Like exposure and learning are like 80% input, right? 20% output, I would say, like that. And then practice for retention is like 20% input and 80% output. That output is application. How many different ways can you apply, both abstractly, natively, however, literally, that you can use in order to retain that information? It has become so reductive that people slam learning together and expect that if you continuously input something, it leads to maintenance of the things. It would naturally, hopefully, lead to maintenance of the various information you want to remember. But no, it reinforces all the related and recurring information and nothing more. So it leads to reductive thinking about the topic. You no longer remember the nuances because you're focused on the efficiency. The efficiency is whatever recurs, and you want a process that covers a lot of that. So what is a great process for applying comprehensible input to a method? Immersion. because immersion consistently obligates the person to integrate or internalize the information at the highest complexity. That also means that person will be incapable of understanding the nuance and the lower complexity, the building blocks of that high complexity thing, and it can lead to acquisition of their target goal. But it does not allow that person or practice or retain that person's ability to know details that build up to that, right? You learn, each level of emergence is learned based on that emergence. So if you always speak to a native, then sure as heck, you're going to be under practice, unable, maybe not even consider how to interact with the foreigner, right? That's kind of part of retention as well and learning. However, I usually want to make that distinction now. I think it's been pretty clear to me that there is not a resolution. There's not enough resolution to tackle what people want versus what they think they want. Some perception, people keep saying things like, and when I mean people, I mean like those who are on apps for language learning. They talk about progress, right? But the progress that they like or recognize is, yes, indeed, the learning aspect. However, whenever I ask, okay, now that you learned these things, what are you going to do with it? Right? What are you going to do with it? And not like from a career standpoint. It's just, are there things did you learn this to do something with it? Because ultimately, the dissatisfaction that I get later down the road is their lack of maintenance or retention. And that is the area of habit formation. Input theories and input methods do not correlate with habit formation. And the thing, and here's the icing on the cake. Whenever I ask someone, oh, why do you believe in this person's work or this person's product? You can cue whatever 2 or 3 very influential person putting out a product. The characteristics that they talk about, I ask like, oh, so what are your thoughts about that product? The vast majority, more than 50% of the things that they like about the product deals with habit formation, not input, not the learning process. Well, it's part of the learning process, but not the learning process that they're referring to, like comprehensibility and context clues and native content. It's not that. The most common thing that I hear are listing, oh, I like my progress because there's a progress tracker. I like that it reminds me to do the things. It keeps me consistent and it gives me motivation. Those are all outside of the realm of input. It's like 10% input. It's like 90% output. What is an output? Being on time. Like remembering to be on time. Showing up. Doing your practices. Right? Being consistent so progress is outputted. Like you're looking at output things. So what makes apps very efficient? They focus on habit formation. And then secondarily, they focus on input methods. So when I look at a lot of apps, it's not, in my opinion, perception-wise, the thing that makes an app very popular, like their favorite app very popular, a person tries to sell me on the input method, the method of the method of input, not the form of engagement. And yet when I ask them what do they like about it, it's the form of engagement that creates a habit formation. Rarely is it unique to the input method. And that's what's deficient, in my opinion, about adults. It's not deficient about children, because children do not have habits already formed. There's no conflict of interest. Adults have a conflict of interest when it comes to creating new habits, substituting and altering existing habits. So here I am again, like 2 or 3 days ago. I was gonna talk about this 2
2 days ago. Someone keeps talking about the theory of, comprehensible input and whatnot. It's like, oh yeah, it does this and it's very reliable. This person did it for 8 hours a day. It's like, that's not the part that is making them do the thing for 8 hours a day. It's the effector factors. It's the motivation, the habit formation. These individuals are academics. They are intellectuals. They have a consistent due diligence and habit formation. They can develop new habit formation immediately because of their inquisitive nature of developing new skills for learning over and over again. Myself, if I have to start French today, I'll start French today. It doesn't matter what the method is, because I have the habit. I have the ability to form the habit. If I want to read a textbook, I'll read a textbook. I'll make it interesting for myself. I will develop a habit structure to reading the textbook. If I want to start listening to a native speaker, I don't have to ease into listening to native speaker. I'll produce a habit structure immediately around it, because I spend most of my time also understanding how one develops habits. Adults do not form habits rarely anymore. And if you need to learn something, it requires, I'm not going to go as far as saying it is absolutely necessary, because the person might already have enough habits that they're working on. Like, if you're working on a new diet, so it's a great time to develop new habits, because if you're going to have to develop one new habit, you might as well learn from how to develop that habit, and then once you develop your new diet, go and look at a new fitness program, right? Because you're in the mood, the mindset of developing new habits. Language learning, one of the biggest barriers is adding a new habit to your thing. When this person talked like they understood, in my opinion, respectfully, and I really appreciate that this person was very open. They talked about how they understand input, right? Like how you get input and all that stuff. That makes sense. All of that is true. But there's an upstream problem here. And it wasn't clear until I asked them what was their experience with the product. And they highlighted most of the things that, in my opinion, is irrelevant to input. It's irrelevant to the quality of the content. They said, and specifically, which I hear a lot, it's like, I've had so many L's in my life when it comes to developing skills. It was very rewarding for the first time to see progress by getting a W. That's habit formation. It could have been anything. Like, it didn't have to be language learning. It could have been learning how to fold a plane, running a marathon. That's a little extreme. Running a 5K, or learning how to jump rope. That is the aspect of learning that is incredibly refreshing. It requires developing new habits. And I think adults are deficient. Not deficient permanently. They are vastly under-practiced, because you've solidified most of your habits. You don't want to change your habits, like how you eat, how you run, how you learn a new language, how you learn, relearning how to learn a language because you've already learned one. You don't need to change the habits on how to use a language because you've spent most of your life with a language, right? And then when you're thinking about kids, yeah, all the comprehensible input. The younger you get, the less experienced you are, the less salient your habits are if they don't provide interference. So you can get a kid to pick up anything because a kid doesn't have interference yet. They don't have a lifetime constant buildup of habits that conflict with your interest, right? When you're an adult, the older you get, you're like, okay, I'm studying this language, but I could be doing like hundreds of other things that you've already spent a lifetime doing. As a kid, they're not even sure what is interesting. They bounce from habit to habit. I'm sure you remember the stereotype. One day the kid wants to be a soccer player, or football. The next day the kid wants to be a musician. They haven't formed their habits yet. And that is one thing. I don't know where I was going with this. Oh, right. And habit formation also deals with complexity. If you're constantly in a state of mind, or like myself, I would say, making a big deal out of things because you think it's a big deal, things get easier as they become more complicated. In terms of approachability, like it's easier to form a habit with complex things if you spend a lot of time thinking about complex things. So as things get more complex, I get more and more energetic about it. When things get more simple and reductive, I become less and less interested. And that's a trade-off, because if you're someone who likes to keep it simple and always reductive, then that's the most engaging part, right? And then when it becomes too complicated, you avoid it, right? Oh, this is too complicated. Nah, it's okay. I don't need to be that sweaty, right? And what I'm saying here overall is a part of the human condition, whether you're aware of it or not. I think this is one of the fundamental parts of the human condition. So when I mention the word academic to someone, that person immediately thought, oh, reductively, they mean school. And I'm like, university is like, no, that's not what I mean. I mean, the person you're talking about spends most of their time in academic pursuits, not like, it's not reductive. Like, you don't have to go to a university to be an academic or a scholar. You have the mindset of a scholar. So when it comes to the content, how they present it, they could make anything work because it would be a culmination of all their experiences. They internalize things they learn, not memorize or imitate things they learn. And I refuse, like, for me, that's my wheelhouse. And personally, I don't like mirroring and imitating and like, oh, hey, look, this guy did this. Don't you want to be like this guy? No, the answer is no. It's generally always no. I don't want to be exactly like anyone. And if you keep saying like they represent a method, like, no, they don't. They represent a person that you can use for inspiration. So whenever someone says, like, oh yeah, this method's good, and then highlight a person as an example of the method's good, that's a testimony. A testimony requires that you have many. In order for that to be relevant, you need many of them, not a singular example. So therefore, myself, that's where it gets a little hairy. When someone states things like that, it tells me that they might not be of the same mindset, and I have to respect that. So reductiveness is a very classical symptom, in my opinion, of the internet. Things are incredibly reductive nowadays, and I want to push against that. Not that I think it's right or wrong, right? You can spend. There's so much beauty in simplicity. I just know I know that I'm willing to accept that I only spend some time in simplicity, and it's fantastic for that reason. Like going to the beach, looking out at the waves, closing your eyes, breathing in, listening to the rhythm of your heart. That stuff is incredibly beautiful. But my lifestyle has paved around complexity. So every once in a while, like, oh, things are getting too complicated, I step away and I go do something, right? I feel this way now because I'm going to be stepping away from HanziHero and WaniKani for a week. And what do? Just help people. I'm going to Otakon, right? Anime convention. And my task, a lot of people would consider as menial. like it's a menial task. I say the same thing, greet the person, look at their ID, check them in, check them out, give them their badges, and do the thing. But it's beautiful. It's also incredibly rewarding. I love putting in what some people who of particular mindset would say an honest day's work, and that's really beautiful too. So I wanted to end on that note because I don't want to make it sound like, oh, being simple and efficient, there's no place for being simple, efficient, or a dilettante. It's in contrary, there's a place for all of the above. And the thing I'm emphasizing is something is being overrepresented. And when it comes to things that are being overrepresented, it limits the human potential, right? If you only want to see things in reductive nature and simple forms, then you will only get that much. So when something is very complicated and you have a love-hate avoidant relationship with complicated things, unfortunately, in my opinion, the solution is to engage in complex, difficult things because you're human, and being human gives you the unbelievable capacity to normalize and rationalize things through experience. So when something's too complicated, try doing it. It might still stay complicated. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed thing, but it might become less complicated. That is probably the message I want to give for most people who tries to impress others in the sense of losing touch with their humanity. Where like, oh yeah, you know, this stuff, oh, that's too complicated for me. Like, do it. Try doing it a little bit. It will become less complicated. I'm not saying it's gonna be like, it's gonna suddenly make you acquire something or not, but doing it makes it less complicated. And then the next thing, maybe the next thing is the it thing or the following thing. So if math is too complicated for you, do it at a level that's comprehensible, right? CI, right? Comprehensible, and then stop when it's not good enough. Then go to your next skill and do a little bit more, right? Eventually you'll find something. At least in my opinion, that's what I believe in when it comes to humans. There's that whole, I don't like the idiom, there's no try, there's just do. It's both, but how you view it, it still leads to, in my opinion, generally leads to thinking. If you're trying, you get to do things. If you only think you do things, it's still trying while doing things. So definitely go out there and be aware of that. For me, it's harder for me to think of how to simplify things. Like, you know, take it down a notch, Maku. Talk less. Stop trying to integrate more ideas. Try to talk in simple terms. That's usually my jam. So I'm gonna take it back to the first thing that I started this like unsolicited digression. I spend most of my time in my life now trying to simplify things for the purpose of expression, analogies, and relatability, like empathy and whatnot in speaking. If I allow myself to overcomplicate things and indulge in my complexity, then it just comes out as condescending, possibly arrogance, strong-headedness, lack of humility, all those things. I don't want to stay in that realm. It arguably ends up convincing me, much like anyone else, humans, that there's nothing else to learn, right? When you start spending habitually in a state of mind where you think, oh yeah, I know a lot about a lot of things, then you just, it becomes less and less interesting to learn new things. So I spend most of my time deliberately in a situation in which I'm learning things and solving things regardless if it's efficient or not. because at some point it will become more efficient than it was originally. So that's an indulgement that I get behind when I balance things. So it'll come up again. All of this stuff will come up again because someone else will probably come by and then tell me how fantastic the new thing is, whatever that new thing is. And I will probably say something similar, maybe a little bit different. Different, modified with more experience. But for now, that was an anecdote. I think it's very revealing nowadays how the things people desire or highlight when you give them the chance to express it does not, in my opinion, correlate with the things they intellectually think is important. And I think it's very common. I don't think it's a recipe for like disaster or anything. But it would be arguable or debatable if that person without that dissonance would be able to pursue more consistently the results that they want, right? Saying that you like progress is not related to how intricate the input process is. Progress is an output, right? You like seeing progress, that's your output. So that's one of the vastly really common things about language learning, especially language learning apps. People talk about the complexity of how the input works, but the most satisfaction that they got are the designs that make them that monitor their output, not their input. Oh, they're lucky. All right, let's get on top of things. Let's see, it's almost 5 p.m. Okay, all right, let's get to this. Koichi.
开启
Whoops. 央求.
央求
Right.
润
Moist. You're already at 249 items in total. Very nice, very nice. Keep up the great work. Did any particular thing stick out of the 249 items you learned? Got any particular stories? I have a personal share. It deals with this one. Bang. It's baseball is the phrase I just got today, and it's bang, 球, which after a while this sounds like baseball. 棒球. So 球, you probably already have 球, possibly. 球 is ball. So 棒球 is bang ball. Bang ball, so it sounds really good. This is my recent thing today. You were on a short vacation but still reviewing during it. I see. You got any particular words or characters that stick out from your recent studies? Oh, and this sounds weird too. Bing bang, which is popsicle.
冰棒
Bing bang. It was 200 items in a previous time. That's fair. Okay.
Ji.
Okay. Cool. Warehouse. We have a warehouse too. Huh. Interesting. Not the same as the other warehouse. The component warehouse. Alright, cool. Koopa is in the bathroom, but it does deal with Koopa. the storage one or create. Yeah. Koopa is in the bathroom of the house, which is the entrance to a special warehouse. Okay. He rubs his shell against a small part of the bathroom tile wall, and it opens into a huge space. There's a small shack that Koopa sometimes slips in, and next to a car. Oh, this reminds me of Jung for evidence, where the bathroom is an access for James Bond's secret evidence locker. Interesting. And next to a car that got stuck in the warehouse and can't get out because the only way out is through this bathroom entrance. Wait, how did these things even get in? Oh, okay, that's we're gonna change that up. So Koopa has like a secret warehouse hidden within the bathroom wall, right? Kind of a very Koopa thing, right? It considers a shack with a hidden vehicle in it, so it would make for quick getaways in case, you know, Mario shows up or something, or Bowser starts showing up. It's sad that you're making more progress in your Chinese than your summer math homework. Is there anything you can learn from why the Chinese is more interesting than math? You can probably try to apply that to your math homework. There might be something out there that is like Chinese that teaches the same concept as your math homework. That might be something to look into. Right now, these types of habit formations are very popular, so you can probably learn math concepts that can alleviate stuff, and then your math homework would be an application of the math concepts from the other tool. Right, it would be interesting to see, because there's got to be something that is making your Chinese like more habit forming, like interesting, and that could be part of something that's part of your math understanding. So maybe look around and see if there's some other interesting ways to get your math engagement up, and then your math homework would be like a flex, basically, right? Your math homework would be like, oh, I already learned all this stuff, now I'm just gonna do the math homework. It's just busy work at this point, right? Cool. Treasure trove. Treasure trove. Oh, cool. Interesting. Treasure warehouse. Yeah, treasure trove. I see. Shui cool. Reservoir. Makes sense. Oh, it does have warehouse. The other warehouse. Chang. We don't have Chang yet. Chang, but that is warehouse. That's the component warehouse. And then we added, the first one we got was Hoang, which is that warehouse, that storage plus something else. Was it a knife? It might have been a saber. One of your Chinese friends learning 16 hours a day and can't even make my math homework. Oh. Okay. I mean, I'm one of your Chinese friend learning 16 hours a day. Like are you saying one of your Chinese friends studying math for 16 hours a day can't even help you with your homework? I think it's more of how your friends spend 16 hours a day doing that than the math homework itself. So, I think you're trying to suggest that the math homework is very hard, and I probably would disagree, because your friends spend 16 hours a day learning math, but you don't know what that person does with math. No, they have school for 16 hours a day. Okay. They clearly, again, the 16 hours doesn't mean they learned anything in school. You can spend a lot of time like using HanziHero and learn nothing. right? So I think your math homework, you gotta find an approach that makes your math homework approachable. That's just ridiculous. I mean, it's only ridiculous because you don't know yet what they do in those 16 hours. It will make sense once you know. Perhaps one of the interesting things to do is probably ask them, what do they think about those 16 hours a day in school? If it's 16 hours of I don't want to be in school, then it's not ridiculous. It's very common, right? You make progress on your Chinese, then more than your summer math homework is not ridiculous to me, because you're probably not interested in the math homework. So you could spend like 16 hours trying to do your math homework and 16 hours trying to learn your Chinese, and I can probably guess that the 16 hours in Chinese will still be more progress than the 16 hours in math homework. Not probably even 1 hour is more than the 16 hours in your math homework. So for your friend who goes to school 16 hours a day, the question is, what do they do in those 16 hours? Being in school for 16 hours does not make a person who internalizes homework, right? Like, I'll give you a different example. Personally, when I graduated from high school, what makes me different from the other person who graduated from high school is what we do with that time. So looking at a progress, looking at the end result of a progress does not explain what happened during it. You already made like 25% in math and 75% of your Chinese goals. That's fine. That's still looking at the end results. You're still like talking about the end results. What did you do for the 25% and 75%? Do you understand why you are 75%? And how you're 75% to your Chinese goal and 25% to your math goal? If you can understand those things, then you can probably try different things to change that. But what I do think I'm hearing from your results bound thing is, by coincidence, Chinese is, whatever you're doing now for Chinese is more efficacious than your math. So whatever your process is, which I don't know what it is, all those numbers are telling me is that one is more efficacious than the other. So you're doing something different for Chinese than you're doing for math. And whatever math has, you're unaware of what makes math different than Chinese, because you're talking as though Chinese and math are the same things in order to make that comparison. Because the 25% in math shouldn't mean the same thing as the 75% in Chinese if they were in fact different. But you're treating them like they're the same. So in order to make it that they're the same, it would have to imply that something else is different to get those results. Right? I think that was a little too, that might have been a little too loopy. But like, if you're saying Chinese and math is the same, then you can compare 75% with 25. And then this would be more, right? But is you have to answer a question. Is Chinese and math the same to you? Not to anyone else, not to myself. Are they the same? If they are the same, then what you did here is different from what you did here. Now, if you're saying they're not the same, they're different, if they're different, then you here what you're doing is the same. So therefore, you need to look for something different to change the efficiency. To be honest, if you don't make all your math homework, nothing will change. Okay, you deleted that. All right. So, whatever you're gonna say, I'm gonna probably try to anticipate what you try to say there. You don't care about math. That's what makes it different. So math is different than Chinese. So this number you're saying, 75%, 25%, it doesn't matter in the sense of what you're doing. If you don't care about math, then regardless of what you're looking for to make math successful, it's irrelevant to your person's ability. Like, so you're going to be terrible at math because you don't care about it. Your friend spending 16 hours a day is your friend. If you don't care about your math, the likelihood is the person that you think your friend who relates to you probably don't care about math either. So regardless of how long they spend 16 hours a day or 24 hours a day, they will still suck at math because they don't care about it either. Unless you ask your friend and your friend says, I absolutely love math, then why are they having difficulty with the math? Is there something else about the math that makes it unjustifiable, right? Then it wouldn't be the problem of, then it wouldn't seem so ridiculous. Doesn't really matter, but the teacher in the lower math class is horrible. Trust you? I don't have to trust you about this. It's not your teacher's problem only. That's a young person's deflection of, if your teacher is horrible, then you don't have to do anything about it. You can still learn the math somewhere else, but you don't care about math, so you're not going to learn math. So instead of stating things, in my opinion, I'm being very direct now, instead of stating things you don't have control over and blaming them because you're terrible at math because your math teacher is terrible, but that doesn't mean you're stupid and you're like stupid and incapable of learning math some other way. So what you said was a bunch of excuses, in my opinion, for what I am saying to you. What is it about math that you have control over? Is math different from Chinese? It clearly is, but it's not because your teacher is horrible. It's because you don't care about math. And your teacher might add to your apathy. Right? I'm not saying it doesn't have an impact or effect. Is you don't care. You were in a class and 40% of the students have some go up a level like you and go up. Sure. That, again, it doesn't matter, in my opinion, to what I'm asking. You're providing excuses by comparison. Are you and the other students the same? Like, do you think you and the other classmates are the same? If they are, then all of them don't care about math. That's what you're telling me, in my opinion. If you don't care about math and you think you're the same or as all the other students, then all the other students don't care about math. So yeah, 40% of the students leave. Makes sense. It's not ridiculous. It's explanatory. If the teacher is really horrible and you think the teacher is the reason, then yeah, the students would leave. Are the students terrible at math though? That's another question. It's unrelated to whether you can learn math or not. You can most definitely learn math. You did the exam for the level up and you just passed, that's fine. That's good enough, right? At least I think. You're basically telling me that you only commit to math in a manner that is good enough, and that's fine. That explains you're not really that bad at math. It's not about whether you're bad or not. I'm responding to what you're telling me. you're making more progress, or you think you're making more progress in Chinese than you are in math. I would argue you probably aren't, but that's a different story. Sometimes people think they're making more progress because they're focused and being interested in the subject. I don't know whether you are bad or good in math. All I am told by you is excuses that you don't like math. I have no indication whether you are good or not bad, so I'm going to trust you on your aptitude. If you're not really that bad at math, then you should be getting better grades and better progress. Probably, right? Right? If you're not bad at math, you should be doing well at math. If doing well means that you just have to do better than your other classmates, then that's being not bad at math. I don't usually think of it that way, but that is certainly one way to think about it. You don't like math, though you don't hate it either. You clearly don't like math more than Chinese. I didn't say anything about hate. I say you don't care about math. Not caring is in between liking and hating. You don't dislike math, but you clearly don't care about math as much as you care about Chinese. You're not complaining about a Chinese teacher right now. What's stopping you from taking Chinese? It's probably because there isn't a Chinese course, but you can pursue Chinese if you want it. But hear me out. That's not what's important here, in my opinion. Do you know what's working? Right? What makes Chinese so interesting? What makes learning Chinese so interesting? If you can understand that, in my opinion, you can probably apply it to math. Or, alternatively, you can choose to do what you're currently doing and focus on everything that makes math less interesting and only talk about Chinese in a positive way. That's confirmation bias. So you find every possible excuse to dislike, to not care about math, and then you find every possible reason to compare and contrast it to something you like. That is going to convince you no matter what. Is there anything you would use math for? Do you like anything about math? If you don't hate math, then is there anything you don't like? It has to be balanced, right? If you don't hate math, then there's got to be something you like about it. When you think about an alternative, do you like or hate math? There are things that are good and there are things that are bad, right? And all I've heard was things that are bad. And most of the things that are bad are outside of your control. There wasn't anything that you've shared so far that involves what you can do about math, other than saying you're not really bad at math. You cited your friend. Well, it really doesn't matter what your friend does, honestly. And your math teacher is really bad. That's something you can't control. So that's unfortunate. It might impact your motivation for math, but it's certainly outside your control. So you haven't explained why math isn't. You made a big progress this year in math? Excellent. And make that work better, whatever you did to get progress this year, find out how to make it even better. At least in my opinion. Didn't it feel good? I think the big progress in this year in math, it's gotta feel good. What did you do? How did it work? Try to make it work despite, having a bad math teacher. I think it would be very impressive if you did really well in math despite having bad teachers and friends who obviously don't care about math. Wouldn't that be something? Obviously, if you're not interested in math, then you can definitely ignore what I said. But I think if you can learn Chinese You can most definitely learn math as well. Now the question is, do you understand what it is about Chinese or the process that you're doing with Chinese that math doesn't have? And then maybe find a creative way or look around to make math that engaging. In my opinion, it's clearly not the teacher, nor your friends, or your classmates, apparently, or school. So far I could say, don't look to school, don't look to your friends. So far, but it's clear that you understand math, so that's good. It's not give up on math is important. I'm not giving up on math. Then there you go. Then definitely, right? Definitely, then there's got to be other ways, right? Other ways. If your teacher really genuinely suck, I don't know, because I don't know your teacher. So don't rely on your teacher, right? Don't rely on your friends, apparently, because your friends are apparently unreliable. All the other students are unreliable, and teachers are unreliable. But there is the internet. There are probably other people out there that might be more reliable. Maybe they come up with a different idea. You can also come up with your own idea as well. I think whatever works for your Chinese studies can be applied to your math studies. No, your teacher right now is great. Well, there you go. All right. Well, your teacher now is great. So how do you capitalize on that, right? So what makes your teacher now is great would be important to know compared to the teacher that was not great. Right? Those are some learning experiences. Your previous teacher was not really good. Well, how are they different, right? Now we're talking about teachers, right? What did you learn, right? What makes your past teacher not as good as your present teacher, right? And then if you know those differences, then you can try to capitalize. You can try to capitalize on how to make it even better for your current teacher. What makes your current teacher better than your past teacher, right? And because you don't want to give up on math, right? Because math is important to you, your future teacher is going to be different, right? It's likely going to be different. So maybe your future teacher will be even better than that. You might not have a choice, right? There's a chance you might not have a choice. So understanding what makes a teacher worse and better will prepare you for future teachers. So if the next teacher is like mediocre, you can learn what you learn from the current teacher you have could compensate for the future. Like for example, if your present teacher really loves, I don't know, giving notes, like you're giving notes, right? And then what was bad about the previous teacher was they don't give good notes, right? Or they don't give notes at all, for example, give like bad notes. You can compare the notes, and then when you go to your future teacher, when you get to your future teacher, what if this teacher just gives mediocre notes? So they're not as bad as the past one, but they're also not as good as your current one, like your future one, right? Because you compared the notes, you know how to improve the notes, right? And that's kind of my point, the point that I was trying to make about comparing Chinese with math. If you're comparing things, you can use that as information. How you use the information is incredibly important. Knowing the information does not apply any of it. Just because you know that 40% of the students leave, that's not using the information. It's not telling you anything. right now. Like, it's not important. The information is irrelevant until you make it relevant. So if you're 75% meeting your goals in Chinese and you're only 25% meeting your goals in math, what is this telling you? Like, what does that information mean? Right? It doesn't mean anything until you actually use the information. Yeah. So how do you get this up to 75%? And how is that different from this? Or the same? Would be great. He's kind and helpful and giving time with group math solving, so you're solving with your friends together. Your previous teacher just teaches and was lazy and was angry a lot. Well, there you go. So imagine this. She's always was late. Okay, all right. So your past, so far you only listed negative things, right? And then your present thing, your present teacher, you've only listed positive things, right? And they're unrelated. And most of the things are unrelated. How do I know? When you say she's always late, you're assuming that the present is always on time. Is that true? If that is, then this is a comparison, right? But you didn't tell me that. You said she was kind, but that's not related to anger. Anger and kind are two different things. So are you telling me she's not kind? One can be angry and kind at the same time. So you're assuming, I'm assuming the opposite is true about the other person. So if the present teacher is kind, then you're saying the past teacher is unkind. And then you're saying the present teacher is hardworking. The past teacher is lazy. And if the present teacher gives group math, then you're asserting that there's no group activity in the past teacher. This is comparison. These are comparable things. What you shared with me is that one teacher has certain things. They are not opposites. Okay, so they are not opposites. Good. So now you can compare and contrast them, right? So they aren't supposed to be opposites, right? They're not supposed to be opposites. So there might be something good about the past teacher, and there might be something not so good about the present teacher. If you know pros and cons, right? If you know pros and cons of the past and pros and cons of the future and how that affects you, right? Of the present, sorry. It'll help you with the future teacher. Because the future teacher might have many other things, like a different combination of all these things. And that's what I'm talking about. So understanding these things can lead to problem solving for the future. So what happens when your teacher is always late? What are you gonna do? What do you do when the teacher is always late? Are you just gonna hope that your next teacher is always on time? If your next teacher is always angry, what are you gonna do? Just hope that your next teacher is kind? And then the opposite is true. Or like other things. If your teacher is always on time, what else can you do? Can you take advantage of your teacher being on time? If there are no group activities in the way the next teacher teaches, how do you create group activities? You could make friends and do the group math yourself. Right? That's learning and improving. This is more learning and improving and comparing things. For example, your correct teacher is also sometimes late, but meanwhile I'm making homework with your friends because of more friendly work environment. Yeah, but until you have met your present teacher, you could have done that in the past. Could have. But that doesn't matter now. You have a past, you have a present, and now you've noticed that you like working in groups, right? So in the future, you don't wait to work in groups, right? You make groups. So this removes the need for a teacher to do that. You can learn how to make groups from the present thing. How does the present teacher make homework more friendly because of friendly work environment that you could have done in the past, but that's through experience. So now you know that you like working in groups. So in the future, it doesn't matter if the teacher allows you to work in groups or not per se. You can still form and understand and learn what is it about working in groups that makes math easier, or it makes math more approachable. And that's learning based on comparisons. You don't learn anything if you keep depending on a teacher to do exactly that. You didn't learn anything. You're waiting for the teacher to make you do it. Yeah, but she is encouraging friendly work environment while the previous didn't encourage it. It doesn't matter anymore. You have learned that you can do this for the future. At least I hope. But hear me out. If you continue to think that, then the future, your future is dependent on the teacher in the future. So you're going to continue to blame your teacher for you not learning anything. Is how I'm going to be really direct with you. If now you know that you need encouragement for friendly environment, right? For a friendly work environment. You have learned this, at least I think. You have learned this. In order to internalize this, you need to discover, why does this work? Right? But the way you have said that, comparing two different people, expecting them to be the same, right? Because that's an excuse. Yeah, but she is encouraging friendly work environment while the previous didn't encourage it. You don't know that because you didn't care, right? Also, the other people need encouragements, not only you. Again, you're making excuses for other people. Like, it doesn't matter what they think. Where I'm only talking to you, right? I'm only talking to you right now. If you keep doing that, in my opinion, right? Then yes, I agree with you. You're going to feel and blame the teacher for everything. You're going to blame other people for everything as well. You constantly compare to things you don't have control over. And hopefully you still get to your goal, right? Like, if you're not upset about what I'm saying, then you can ignore most of the things I'm saying because it's not important to you. But for me, the way you're saying things means that in the future, if the teacher is not friendly, then you fail. If the people around you don't get enough encouragement, then it's okay to fail because everyone else is failing. That, to me, you don't blame actually you're grateful now that you're in a better place. Being grateful is still irrelevant to what I'm saying. I guarantee that most people, including myself, are grateful when you're lucky, when you rely on luck. Yes, you're in a better place because you just happen to have a better teacher. Is based on your logic. You think that having a better teacher is what you're grateful for, but you can make progress and learn without having a great teacher and still be grateful to yourself. Right now, all I hear is you wait for things to happen for you. So you hope that your next teacher is good. You hope that your classmates are good, so then you can do good. Or do well would be the word. That is blaming. But being grateful is giving the responsibility to someone else. That's still blaming, but in a positive way, right? When you credit someone for your natural better place, it's placing blame for your success. It's accrediting your success. It's not in my opinion, it's not likely to empower yourself to have control over this stuff. Like, you suck at math because your teacher sucks. You suck at math because your classmates suck. That's true, the 80% was from you and 20% from your teacher, you think? That's great. I hope you keep that up, right? In my opinion, sometimes life, it's grateful. It's wonderful to be grateful for lucky things that happen in life. I am absolutely grateful for all the lucky things that have happened in my life. But definitely do not forget that I think even if your teacher sucks, right? Your math teacher sucks, you can still crush math. At least that's in my opinion. So hopefully hopefully that message didn't get lost. I actually think in the future you could I would love to hear that a lot more from people around me, like, oh yeah, you know, my math teacher sucks, yeah, my classmates aren't doing well, but I absolutely aced it, right? That to me is what's goated about understanding comparisons, right? If your teacher is great now, hopefully you can do most of those great things without a good teacher next time, without a more encouraged classmate. You could be the source of encouragement, right? You don't think that it was only you, but the biggest chunk was from you? I didn't say that. You said 80% was from you and 20% was from your teacher. You have to learn from your stuff. It can only be you if you start learning from everything. But no, you didn't. So yes, it is not only you, for sure. Because you keep blaming the teacher and the people around you too. And what I mean by blaming, I mean not in a negative sense, both positive and negative sense. You're doing better in math because you have a better teacher. That means it's not only you. Actually, most of the time you're saying it's not you. That's what I'm saying. So all the stuff that you're saying, you're blaming other things. You're attributing it to other things instead of yourself. And a lot of times when you're sharing what you're doing, you're sharing, I didn't learn anything from how it actually affects you. Like, do you need a kind teacher to be successful in math? That's probably something you're trying to tell me. And then you think that other people being encouraged has an impact on your performance. So that's something you need to explore. Okay, maybe I stop. I just want to note that, not make a whole chat. No, that's perfectly fine. Or if you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just curious, very curious. Yeah. No worries. I admit, I can see that I'm a little direct today, but I think it's great that you can learn Chinese, and I don't think you need, or it's great to have those things, but I don't think you need those things that you're saying to also be great at math. So hopefully that is a message I'm giving. You can probably figure it out. It's good that you have a good math teacher though, and you have classmates that. It's great that you have a better work environment now. I did not. Like, there were off times, and you know, there were bad times, there were good times, but you make it work. You make it work. I don't think having a bad teacher during my time, actually, I might be lying a little. I don't think my teacher were ever bad because I didn't see them as bad teachers. I saw them as things to work with. So if a teacher is always late, I learn to do something about it. If they're late, then I will be doing the stuff when they're late. If they're early, then I prepare for when they're early. If my classmates are unmotivated, I motivate them because a teacher taught me that. I had several teachers that were very encouraging, right? And I learned from them how to be encouraging to others, right? They were really encouraging to my classmates. You started judging you scared you a bit. I didn't judge you, honestly. I was telling you, well, okay. If you felt like I was judging you, that's perfectly fine. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I scared you a bit. What I did try to demonstrate is what you're saying to me. So I'm explaining what you're saying to me and how that reflects on my impression of you. So if you don't find that useful, then you can ignore it. That's your choice. Now I'm going to use my own example, right? And instead of talking about you, I can talk about myself. I had a wonderful teacher back in my day, right? I was very grateful about the teacher. I learned how that teacher encouraged my classmates, and I used that when it didn't happen. The following teacher didn't focus on encouraging my classmates. In fact, they were very difficult and very strict. But since I've been exposed to a teacher that was very encouraging, I learned from that teacher to be encouraging to my classmates when the teacher is not encouraging. But that other teacher, while they're not encouraging, had other skills that made them useful. So I learned how to be strict and disciplined from the next teacher. Just because that other teacher was angry and strict and very non-encouraging doesn't necessarily mean they don't have another skill you can adapt. So your past teacher had a lot of learning lessons. So does your present teacher. And when I mean by yours, I mean mine. I learned what I'm not looking for and what I'm looking for. What I need, what I can learn from my current mentors and what I can't learn from a mentor, or what I want to avoid. So that the future, I have more control over the future as I go, as opposed to sitting there and thinking things will happen to me. Lucky things or bad things happen to me. And it's always the environment that is the problem. It's important to adapt the good, not the bad things. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. I'm not going to judge you on this. If you think judging, I will give you an example from myself. If you don't ever understand the bad things, you can't fix the bad things. If you keep adapting the good, you can never prepare for the bad. That is absolutely not true. If you keep avoiding the bad, you never know how to address it. How do you fix a bad thing if you never adapt to the bad thing? I think maybe I'm misconstruing your words. I might be misconstruing your words. Adapt. Adapt means to be able to change things, right? So if you can never improve on bad things by avoiding them, then they never improve. So when you go to work in the future, or like myself, if I go to work and I don't know how to, since I spent most of my time avoiding, I don't know, a coworker that doesn't talk to me because I don't like people who don't talk, right? Then if you were in an environment that you must talk to someone like that, you'll never get good at it. There's absolutely no way you will. If you're socially awkward and you say social awkwardness will make you really, really bad at it, it always makes you nervous and you avoid it, you never get good at it. Or you never get better at it is the word. You never get better. So if you're constantly focusing on strengthening your strengths, then your weakest become your weakness. It's absolutely not true that you do one or the other. It's both. If you make time for things that are good, that's great. They get better. If you make times for things that are bad, you improve them so they become less bad. Yeah. Hear me out. There are people who are successful doing exactly what you think you're... So it's true to those people. I'm not saying I agree with it, but you can believe that and it still work out. I don't think it's not possible for it. Right? It is very important to adapt the good, not the bad things. I agree. I just don't think it's true from my perspective. If you don't improve your weaknesses, then you're oftentimes there are situations that you might encounter in life where your weakness is as good as it gets. Like, for example, communication. If you are unable to express how good... I understand that you might not mean it. You might not mean the things, right? You're talking about, like, not adapting bad habits and good habits. So, like, if you are angry, you don't want to adapt, like, make that a habit of being angry, right? But if you're never angry, you wouldn't understand the anger in the first place. And that's what I mean by adapt. Learn. You want to learn about the good and learn about the bad. But the way you're saying it tells me that you only think about the good and you avoid the bad. Like right now. And that is not a form of, to me, that's not a form of comparison. So if you only see the good in the things that are good, you wanted to say that you need to take the good things from people. But that's, again, that's not true. That's not true. If you don't understand the bad things about people, you don't know what it's like to be the bad things. And what I mean by that is you're taking it. You're not acting it. So, like, for example, if you're always around good people, like the things you think are good things, how can you ever know about the bad things? It still stands. I still stand with what I'm saying. So you only can see the past teacher as bad because you only see the bad things. And you can only see the good in your present teacher because you only see the good things in the current teacher. Until I mentioned the same thing between both teachers. But again, what happened was you spin the excuse for the present teacher. So if the past teacher is always late, are you telling me that the present teacher is always on time or early? So if you only focus on the good things, you'll only want to see the good things in something. If you only see the bad things, you only want to see the bad things. So how do you know when a person is good or bad if you don't know the bad things? Maybe I'm trying to think if I can accept that. I think I can. I just don't know how you think. I just don't know how you would know that you always take good things from people. It'd be very difficult to know. Like, do you think angry is always bad? Or working in a group is always good? I mean, I like it. For sure. Like, I love working in groups. I genuinely favor that. I mean that nobody's perfect, but everyone has something to share that can be helpful for you. Yes. And also, everybody has something to share that is not helpful for you at the moment. When you said nobody's perfect, is exactly what I mean by you only take good things from someone. You don't know that. You just don't know that. Nobody's perfect. There are things that you might think are helpful but are not helpful. Well, exactly. So stop saying that, at least in my opinion. You take whole people. You don't take parts of people. Unless you really think that's how you make friends and experience humans. I'm friends with my friends because they are everything. They are not only taking good things and bad things from them, because they are related. What makes someone angry can make someone passionate. What makes someone really successful may make them a loner. So if you only focus on parts of people, then you can sometimes lose picture of the whole. And then you start making wishful thinkings, in my opinion. Like for myself, you start idolizing specific things. You hope that a person is always on time and also very relaxed. Those things tend to be at odds with each other a lot of times. Someone that is very strict and your brain is using more calories when you're watching a stream, that's perfectly fine. Like, hear me out. Hear me out, Lucky. Like, here's one. I'll use a personal example. I don't want to keep on like using your examples because I know I was being a little aggressive earlier. I had a boss. It was very difficult to work with her in for a short amount of time because she was really strict. She worked very long. She was super passionate about her career. But it comes with being very strict, being on time, and she's very results heavy. However, I don't see her as everything, and I only focus on the things I like about her and avoid the things I dislike about her, then I might lose sight of what makes it possible. She is strict because she is passionate about her work, because they're tied together, right? She tends to be really get angry about her work because she cares a lot about her work. So when something can be seen bad in isolation, it may be related to something that the person is as a whole. So when I look at a friend, I try to see how all of those things are related, not to try to change or dislike things compartmentally. Like, I need to realize that if I want to be more direct with someone, it also means that that person could get scared sometimes. And if I wanted to be more assertive, it can also be interpreted as judgment. As judgment of someone. It's hard to change. Well, people, if you're talking about people, it's hard to change. That's pretty much why it's nice to be able to understand the whole picture, as opposed to picking certain things. Like, I don't expect myself, for example, to suddenly be able to sound more relaxed over time when I care a lot. When someone cares about something a lot, they can be very emotional. So I could sound incredibly aggressive when I'm very passionate. So you could, I mean, it is possible. You could sound very passionate without being aggressive. That is possible. I think that requires understanding why, when someone is very passionate about something, they can become very aggressive. Or why is someone late despite being very friendly? Like, here's one that I learned personally from my own life. I was always late. Like, I was very late. So I was that student that was constantly late. And my mentor was incredibly accepting because he knew why I was late. And most of the time is because I was working in the lab. I was trying to squeeze out as much time possible to study or like to work. He knew because he and I was doing things for him. Like, I was doing things with him, like working. So I was late to class all the time because I was constantly caught up with wanting to do work. So you could see it that I had things that are undesirable. The bad thing of me was I was always late to class. Or I was always the last one to class. Maybe not necessarily late, but I was always the last one to class. So I'm not very early to things. But he knew that the relationship is because I work a lot. So I worked a lot, which is a positive thing, but it caused me to be late. So if you think about bad and good things and do not think about them related to each other, it's very hard to solve problems or how to improve them. So now I realize that over time, I'm always late because I work too much. How do I solve that? So then I started working on scheduling. How do I schedule myself? How to say no. I learned how to say no to people because I said yes too many times. So yes, it's a good thing, sort of. One of the things that people like about being reliable, like you get phrases like, "Oh, you're such a nice person," or "You're such a kind person" all the time. Yes, that also involves being late all the time and also being unreliable when I'm occupied. So, for example, what is reliability? What is reliability? Reliability is when someone asks you they need help, you're available. If you're incredibly nice all the time and say yes, that doesn't mean you're always going to be available. Make the best, that's the best solution probably? No. Make the best is well, I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. Best, make your best, different versions of best. Adapt to your best all the time. The best doesn't stay the same. Yes, I agree. And the best can be something bad. What's something bad? Saying no. And that's the best. So when you're saying good and bad things, all right, that's fair, Lucky. I mean, it was a really fun conversation. Thanks for giving me, and thanks for answering my questions. Hopefully there was something interesting involved. I'll talk to you next time, or maybe not all. I don't know. Hopefully you didn't burn too much calories, and sleep well. Good luck with math and Chinese. I look forward to hearing. I don't think you answered the question, but I look forward to hearing what you think about Chinese as you're learning more things. Good luck with math and your assignments, right? Make the best. That's the best solution, probably. I was gonna. Sorry. A good night. I'm gonna complete my idea here. Making the best is the best solution doesn't explain the solution. Is probably where I was going with that. Saying you tried your best doesn't necessarily help you with like this. I'm talking to myself now. Saying make the best doesn't tell you how to do it. Like you could say, "Oh, I did my best," right? Everyone was all the people around me were garbage, so I did my best. That doesn't, in my opinion, make it the best. Like the example I was going to use in anecdotally is learning to say no. Because one could look at their neighbor and say, "Oh yeah, this person, they always say yes. Everyone always relies on them." Like, well, yeah, but what else is involved in that? They probably don't have time for themselves. So that's probably one that I learned from experience. If you're always saying yes, then you don't have time for yourself. If you're always saying no, then you don't have time for anyone, right? So if you're saying no, then you don't get a chance to make friends or interact with people. When you're always saying yes, then you don't have time to yourself, right? Good and bad, and best. I think aiming for better is often the solution, I guess, in a feeling way. But anyways, yeah. The idea, personally, if I had a TLDR on this, I was trying to highlight that it is far more encouraging, at least to me, when I hear people learn from their environment and like internalize from their environment versus stating things that they want to see or have seen and not doing anything with it, right? I think this is where most of the people that I've talked to have since like left at some point. Like, for example, I think the one that I use now because it's very important to me is someone who thinks that because other people cheat, it makes their efforts less rewarding to them. Like, well, I mean, you still did the work. I understand that if it mattered to other people that other people cheated, it can be both bad or good. So in this case, when knowing that other people cheat and they get away with it, it's a good thing for the cheater, but it's a bad thing for the person who doesn't cheat. That is the impression I get when someone says something like, "I'm terrible at this because someone else is terrible." And it is reasonable when one is young and inexperienced. I don't necessarily think that type of thinking is reasonable when someone becomes independent, right? Unless you don't want to become independent, that's perfectly fine, right? It's acceptable if you don't want to be independent. But generally speaking, if my classmates are getting 40s I still remember my younger self saying this too. Like when I was 16 years old or something. Man, everyone's failing this course, so it's okay to fail. I'm like, well, yeah, you could think of it that way. But most of the time, everyone's failing. I got to do better. It doesn't matter if I'm going to fail. Like, in the end, even if I did fail, right? Like, oh, everyone got 40%. I got a 40%. But the mindset is that I was trying to aim for more than the 40%. Not making an excuse like, oh, everyone else is doing poorly, so I might as well also do poorly anyways. I think, to me, that is how I feel when I talk to younger people these days. I think it even defies cultural barriers, cultural boundaries. And I think the internet made that far more acceptable. It's like, oh, hey, this guy did it this way, and everyone else is doing it this way. So therefore, I must only be as good as this way. Or lower. Like, well, you could be all of that and try to aim for more. If it ending up being that way, that's perfectly fine, right? You'll still be able to get it. But aim higher. Aim up. If your life circumstance suck now, accepting that it sucks doesn't change it in the future. It invites more of the suck. Ignoring the suck and how it relates to the things that don't suck can break up the picture, right? What was a great example? I'll give one great example. Working. So if one thinks getting a paycheck is awesome, but spending time doing something you don't like is a bad thing, right? Is a bad thing, then one can spend their entire life looking for a paycheck only when it's something they want to do. And if you're lucky in life, you get that and you become grateful for it. But when you're anything else outside of luck, then your life is miserable. Because you don't believe that you should be able to do something you don't want to do just in order to get a paycheck, right? Not only that, you also do not have the capacity to make the sucky part less sucky at the expense of compromising on the paycheck, right? So what's an alternative? Being paid less, but to do something you want, to more likely do something you want, versus only looking at the good things, which is a high paycheck and your dream job. That's idealism. Always thinking that the good things you see now is going to be the most appropriate thing for the future. That's idealism. And to me, I think the internet has made that very common. Like, everyone should deserve a dream job with no trade-offs, right? Like, I want to be able to make content without having to worry about money, without having to worry about trolls, without having to worry about learning new skills because I just want to play video games all the time. I don't need to learn about human resources or in the communication skills because those are bad things. They're not good things. They're not involved in the craft, right? That's how and for the record, I've already we have to understand that I do make a big disclaimer. This is an experience matter. So I was talking to someone I would like to think or believe is a lot younger than me. So over time, the life lesson is that you acquired a lot of experiences, know the bads and goods, and adapt to the bads and goods, because some of the good is attached to the bad, or what you think is bad, but they're more like the bigger picture. right? Nobody's perfect. That's not quite the word I would use. You in life you can't have the cake and eat it, is probably what I would say. No situation is ideal. There are no ideal situations. That is the take-home message. It's not necessarily whether somebody is perfect or not. Like, for example, saints, right? The idea of saints. I'm not a saint. I mean, the last time someone truly thought they were a saint, you can probably count it on one hand that was actually a saint, right? So constantly thinking that you only pick up good things from people, those good things can be attached to bad things, right? What's a good one? Ambition. Ambition also fosters toxicity. Like, it can, right? Passion can do that. Ambition can foster fatigue. If you're really ambitious, you're also very tired a lot of times. If you're super nice, oftentimes you neglect the self, right? Good and bad, one at the end, as opposed to understanding the middle, right? The combination. We'll see how, I don't know how long someone will stick around, but I would love to see how that changes over time per person. I love following students over 4-year courses, Go to university, you see the perspective of someone change, or according to a younger person, right? That is hard to change, but understandable. As time gets longer and longer, the subtlety in changes will become, in my opinion, likely become more visible or appreciable. And it's pretty amazing how adversity and adversity and luck can dramatically shape a person. It wouldn't shape a person when that adversity is ignored. So if your teacher sucked, what can you learn about it? Right? How do you get less sucky teachers? Or what do you do when your teacher sucks? That's, in my opinion, what adversity teaches. But earnestly, I think the internet makes it so that it's okay to not have to deal with the things you don't want to see and don't want, and only embrace the things you do want. And personally, I am a bit judgmental about that. I am pretty aggressive at pushing back on that. I don't think the world operates in idealism. They operate in realism. So my only thought was, it's interesting that that teacher is both angry, always late, who doesn't promote group exercise. So what did the teacher do? And how is that person still a teacher? Right? If it's exactly what Lucky has described, how is that person still a teacher? And you might be thinking, oh, well, that's because they didn't fire them or something. It's like, yeah, what is it? What is it about the teacher that keeps them employed? Because they don't sound as bad. There's no way it can sound as one-sided as that, right? I might dislike someone for spreading misinformation, but they are able to do that somehow. I need to understand why that is. Right? I might not always agree with most. I actually don't agree with a lot of people sometimes. I'm agreeable, as in I understand. I typically don't necessarily agree, but I understand and respect people's choices and their course of action. In order to do that, I need to understand why that is the case. So, if someone comes up to me and say, "Oh, the entire class is failing," and I'm like, I wonder why that's acceptable. That everyone's failing. Is that like, can you explain why everyone's failing? Right? Or, is it good or bad that 40% of the students leave the course? You don't know yet, right? Like, well, I don't know yet. As a kid, I would like to know. Like, earlier on, I had to understand why people who are in an honors course, right, in high school, there was an honors course, and then there was a normal course, and then there was a need help course, right? And I did not understand why the honors course got a 10% buffer. As in, if you go into the honors course, you can earn up to 10 extra percent. It's weighted in 10%. Why did I have a problem understanding that the first time? Is because in my life, when I transitioned into a school system, the previous school system that I have didn't have this concept of compensating students for tackling harder applications. So like the honors English course gets a 10% buffer, while the normal English course gets nothing. And then the need helps, the secondary one, they just get a decrease in difficulty. So if I'm already coming from a position that I'm working at my hardest in the normal course, and it feels like the honors course, why don't I get a 10% buffer? Right? So I could say, oh yeah, I'm stupid, and that's why I got stuck in this course and I don't get the 10% because I'm stupid. That's one way. That's an excuse, right? That's an excuse a student can use. Like, oh, my parents were poor, or my family was poor, so like my previous school was like 2 years behind, so that's why I am stupid now in this new school, right? And therefore I don't get the privilege of getting a 10% weight. That is part of the picture. That could be a bad thing, right? You can look at it as a bad thing. No, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's also connected to how I appreciate that, well, these people, they started where I am now, and now they're applying beyond that. So how do I get there? And at some point, I made my way into the honors course, where I think it was appropriate, right? Like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna learn how they are in the honors course, as opposed to thinking, well, that didn't happen in the past. Now I'm lucky to have it now, so that's the only reason. That's the reason for all of this. My school doesn't suck anymore. Like, well, I didn't suck in my old school. At least I didn't try to suck. I'm not gonna start sucking now because I suddenly have to play catch up. I think that's one of the take-home messages here, right? I most agree. Like, I am very vigorous when it comes to, maybe even judgmental a bit. So you'll have to excuse me about that. I think adversity is something very powerful. Avoiding adversity is not going to produce, it's not necessarily making productive of things that happen. If your teacher sucks, learn something from it, right? If you failed, learn something from it. Saying that you're just doing better because that suck part doesn't exist anymore, it's not learning anything from it. It's crossing your fingers and hoping it doesn't happen again. Which, again, for those who are very privileged, probably won't. Hopefully. I also want to make it clear, don't look for adversity, right? Like, I don't wish adversity on people. But if they have already happened, like in the past, you can learn from it. You can use it. It's very powerful. Do not run toward adversity, is what I'm saying. I don't think people need to run towards adversity to be the best version of themselves, or quote unquote, the best version of themselves. But when adversity appears, I want to make people believe that that has no sway over, like, it has minimal sway, or minimize the sway over your projections of your own abilities. Like, okay, I'm sorry to, I'm definitely sorry to hear that your teacher sucks. But what are you going to do about it? You could choose to say, well, it's the teacher's fault, so I'm not going to do anything about it. I'll just pick a better teacher next time. Okay. That's an option, right? That is actually what most people do at a young age. I sort of did the same thing, in a sense that I picked better friends, or I picked better mentors, or like I seek advice from people who had the advice that mitigated what happened. Like, I had a negative experience with a teacher, so am I smart or stupid? I don't know. By the way you spell stupid, and R and U, I would say neither. But you only gave me 2 choices. I'd probably say neither, and both at the same time. There are things that I'm smart about, and there are things I'm stupid about. Which is the example that I gave. So, anyways, interesting question. Are you smart or stupid? I'll reflect the question back. The right answer? To some people. Maybe we agree on the answer this time around. Alright. Anyways, let's yeah, I don't know how much I feel about that one. Let's continue. I was gonna end with like some sort of sentiment, but usually adversity can be very powerful. So maybe we'll revisit this conversation later. Okay, let's go warehouse. The shell, secret. Koopa has a bat cave, right?
Cool.
What is HanziHero? HanziHero is an app. That's designed specifically for the focus of acquiring or familiarizing with kanji or hanzi, and specifically hanzi, hence the name HanziHero. It uses a translational and a mnemonic method using English as the primary language. I guess that might be relevant for you. English as the primary vehicle to develop mnemonic devices for understanding, reading this type of symbolism. And that's it. That's what it's designed for. It uses space repetition, SRS, space repetition system, like a flashcard system with timing and frequency, factoring like frequency and accuracy to determine when you need to review things and how to drill through repetition on the definition of these things. Yeah. You can probably find examples for other languages, like English. Right. This is a very popularized approach. It's free to try. It's website based, so it's free to try for roughly the first 100 characters. There is no time limit. So if you're interested in learning simplified Chinese or traditional Chinese, HanziHero can be an introduction to, or even a long-lasting maintenance tool for understanding how to read traditional and simplified Chinese.
优
You'll, let's see, secluded. A mountain and some cocoons. Okay. Yoshi is in front of the bakery where he is making a secluded space out of a mountain of cocoons that is higher than the bakery right next to it. Okay. Yoshi makes a secluded hole in the mountain of cocoons and sits in peace, snacking on some pastries he bought from the bakery. Okay, so Yoshi is making a nest in the nearby mountains of the bakery for convenience. And it's secluded, so he can't be bothered while he enjoys the croissant. That's pretty good enough. That's a dinosaur-y thing. Gloomy. Another way to say gloomy. Yo-an. Dark, secluded, dark, gloomy. Alright, fair enough. Humor. Humor. Yo-mo. Secluded. Silence. Secluded silence for humor. Interesting.
优站
Jang. Car. Axe. Car axe. Sun. Temporary. Really? Alright. James Bond is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, which temporarily has a huge car in the bathroom. In it, as one of their customers missed a parking spot and crashed into the wall. Alright. The sun shines down brightly on Mr. Bond, making him sweat as he temporarily uses a hoe to try to push the car out of the bathroom. He hates this job even if MI6 said it's only temporary. I think we're gonna go with the secret agent thing, right? So bathrooms are safe houses for James Bond. So James Bond went to the bathroom of a safe house posing as a pawn shop. There's a temporary storage for a getaway car that is behind, that requires an a hoe. We're gonna use an axe. So it uses an axe as a key on a sun, like a sun-shaped hole, right? So basically, maybe axe and sun might work this way. I'm thinking more of a secret entrance. So he picks up an axe, that a temporary decor, right? Something that's temporary on the wall. He picks up the axe and then he kind of just whacks the sun in order to open a secret entrance to a temporary getaway car out the back of the pawn shop. Maybe like think about the sun hitting the car as he makes his getaway or something. That's probably what I'm gonna go with. To pause. 暂停. Temporary stop. Pause. Makes sense. 暂时. Temporary time. Temporary.
站
Yeah. Temporary.
抬
I to lift. Instead of what? G. G. Yeah. It looks like Tai with some fingers. Well, that's helpful. Tarzan is inside the hallways of the high school. How did Tai work? Actually, I don't even know how Tai works anymore. Elbows and mouth? Or platform? What? Huh. Hold up. What's the mnemonic for platform? Tarzan is inside a high school class putting on somewhat. Oh, the education with the elbows and mouth because of like tribal thing. Okay, so they used a tribal reference, like a pagan reference. Tarzan is inside the hallways of the high school trying to reach something on top of the lockers. He lifts a finger to grab it in his stead. Now he just uses his finger to lift something. It's fine. Using the tip of his elbow to raise it up. This is not high enough, so he puts the finger into his mouth and spits it out. It has to be as he lifts it to the top of the... Okay, we're not doing this. Tarzan. There's not a lot of Tarzan-y things going on. Maybe like something like Tarzan is inside the hallways of the high school, right? And he's trying to reach something at the top of his locker. He just happens to have like a skull, a human skull with the where he stores special things, right? You know, like primitive things in the mouth of the skull. So he uses fingers to lift open the mouth, or maybe even lift the skull up in order to grab the thing. So he like stretch out his elbows and uses fingers to lift up the skull, or straighten out his elbows to lift up the skull to reveal what's underneath, right? Maybe like a set of bones or something. Bones for like shamanistic things. I'm just throwing in random jungle stereotypes or primitive pagan ritual stereotypes, because that's what we're using for Tarzan. To lift the head, I mean that works too. Like title sounds like title. Title. Title ting. Title ting shong. Title ting shong. Raise head. Stretch chest. Oh, chest. Oh, I see.
抬
I. Okay.
有
Yo. Just like. Intriguing. Bottle and horns again. I wonder why this wasn't made into a component. The bottle and horns. Feels like it comes up more than a few times. Yo. Yoshi is inside the bakery. Okay. Slacking off from work. He made a sculpture slacking off, part of Yoshi's deal. He made a sculpture out of a bottle. some horns and croissant mushed that looks just like a poodle. Okay. In fact, it looks so just like one that Yoshi begins to believe it's a real poodle. The tail bottle begins to wag. Okay. That's not necessary. I think so Yoshi is inside the bakery, slacking off. But he's slacking off in a weird way. He's slacking off in a creative way. He's spending a lot of time, instead of like working on the normal stuff, he decided to make a sculpture of a poodle, using a bottle, right? A bottle and horns as a tail. I'm guessing this is what they're doing. Like the tail is attached to a bottle and horns, to a poodle, right? To look just like a poodle. Right, in the bakery, just making a confection that looks like a poodle, using a bottle and horns as its tail, or putting horns on a poodle. That's perfect. Everything's just like it. Remember vividly. 致意犹新，致意犹新，致意. That's self. E. That's a different E. I don't think I have that. To remember vividly. Just like new. Maybe like to remember an idea. That's not an idea, but remember something like an idea. Just like new. To remember vividly. Just like, oh, there's Ru. Yeah. Yoru. Just like. Okay. Alright.
有
Huh? Or to be like is close enough. Getaway car? Oh! Not getaway car. Oh, that's the other getaway thing. Oh, I have too many getaways. Oh no. That could be a problem.
有优
Okay. Right.
台
Mm-hmm. This is
户
okay.
站
Mm-hmm. Alright, because of my digression, I gotta take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Alright, what time is it? 6:30. Okay. An hour and a half. We gotta lock in. Okay. It's been a while since I had a passionate digression.
中级
中级班
Middle level? Okay, or yeah, intermediate. Dang it. I wrote guy and then I doubled on it. Feels bad, man. Oh, that's C. Is that not C?
湾
Okay.
宝石 瓶盖
这个瓶盖很难拧开，
镜头
这个镜头很贵，
首席
他是团队的首席科学家，
Chief Chairman.
镜子
镜子挂在墙上，
怀
怀是什么? That's not it.
吃惊
你能说中文那么好，黄先生很吃惊。
I've lost it. Why? Okay.
编剧
他是一位优秀的编剧，
Oh, I spelled playwright incorrectly. That happens a lot. That's a English misspelling. That's fine.
厘米
书桌80厘米高，
缩 帽子
他戴着帽子，
概括
请你概括一下这个概念。
纯净
这是一瓶纯净的水，
Or pure. It's fine. Okay. Good enough. Oh, no. That's Guan. Guan. Wait. Let's think about this for a moment. Yeah, right? Oh no.
辩论
我不想辩论这个问题。
可疑
这个包裹看起来有点可疑。
Suspicious. Yes, suspicious works. Hmm. What happened here? Misspelling? Yeah. Right and right. Oh.
宽广，
这座城市的道路宽广，
Just wide, broad. Yes.
塑料，
这个玩具是用塑料做的。
提炼，
我们必须提炼这个过程。
Bring up practice. Like bring up, refine, yeah. Refinement should be on that. Okay. Okay.
趋势，
我们应该关注市场的趋势。
It's force or promote or trend. Still force. Trending's good. Fine. Hmm.
赏识，
老师赏识他的努力。
Amend, award, appreciate. Hmm.
悦，
Oh, it could be praise. Oh, wait. It could be praise as well. Sorry, I was thinking of praise, but that's not what that
雨，
is.
栽， 特殊，
这是一个特殊时刻。
They're fine. They're both synonyms. Like not necessarily synonyms with nuances. Okay. Yeah. What? Huh. Hmm.
唱，
I have to think about that one.
冷汗，
冒冷汗是一种正常的身体反应。
耐用，
这个手机很耐用。
丑， 核武器，
为什么美国有这么多核武器？
撤，
Wait. Hold up. Okay, so what's going on here? Mole and flag is definitely wool. But the spike and the what? Hmm.
大腿袜，
她的大腿袜很漂亮。
Hmm. Oh, wait. Wait, oh.
恶化，
她的病情恶化了。
Or worsen? Deteriorate? That's probably deteriorate. Why do I want to just do...
杀，
Because it is. Okay. What? How many other ways can I...
肌肉，
她的肌肉很发达。
yen? That's yen.
围堵，
唯独你懂我心意。
脾，背，
Oh. 提炼
胃，
Oh no. What is it? He's staring into the painting. Oh. Oh, stomach. Stomach. Same difference.
灰色，
每天天空都是灰色的。
贴心，
她没有贴心的朋友。
细，丢，
What? Oh, I wrote la instead of fa.
电池，
这种电池不环保。
研究，
我在研究一个新课题。
唯一，
这是我唯一的机会。
What happened here again? Stomach, yeah. For a moment there, I wrote it as stomach instead of stomach. Stomach. Oof.
转弯，
不要急转弯。
缺乏，
我们缺乏食物。
雄伟，
这座城堡十分雄伟。
军官，
他是一名军官。
An officer? Yeah, officer.
细雨，
外面正在下雨。没关系，只是一场细雨。
What? Oh.
止咳，交叉，
这两条路交叉了。
海军，
美国拥有最强大的海军。
押金，
我们可以退还押金吗？
寄出，
他已经把信寄出去了。
海岸，
我喜欢在海岸散步。
Worsen, yeah, fair enough. This one was a bit of a weak stinker, right? And how did the stinker work? That's not it. Oh. Okay. Now I have to think about it now. Okay. Fine. Oops. 英雄。
他，刀叉，
他用刀叉割牛排。
射，
What? What? Oh, I remember now.
乱扔，
请不要在公园里乱扔垃圾。
宝，袜子，
这双袜子很舒服。
深，英雄，
那个英国人是个英雄。
20，
我有20本书。
I think I added it. No I. No I. Oh.
拜，
What? What? Maybe it requires a couple more words? To be respected, maybe? To get respect? To receive respect? Hmm.
列车，
我们搭乘了快速列车。
And oh, take photo? Photograph was too much? That's kind of unfortunate.
总统，
他是这个国家的总统。
电风扇，
电风扇的声音很舒服。
圆，
What?
Hoang,
Hang on. That's true. It's to throw away. I swear I wrote Yao before. How did I misspell it? I wrote Dian instead. There is a chance I might have typoed on Dian. But that is Reng Diao. Okay. It's one of those times. That's fine. It's what I thought it was at first. And then I started changing it because I thought it was something else then.
男人，
我是一个男人。
城，进口，
苹果被进口到台湾。
What? Oh, import. 进口. What happened here? It used a different. Yeah, pay respect, get respect. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Oh.
桃，黄，
And what is happening here?
"屋顶，
我喜欢在屋顶上看星星。
Or roof? Roof is better.
蛋，
Oh, this one is gonna follow
屋，
at some point.
是， 按时，
请按时完成这份工作。
Case, situation, apply.
网络，
网络地址。
盐，肉类，
肉类加工厂。
Punch. It's like seize time. Anytime? On time. Okay. Good enough. On time. Yeah, anshi. That's a weak one.
结构
文章的结构很清晰。
It is established, but structure is fine too. Construction is fine. Even like making, like we're trying to build something. Good enough to pivot for the meaning. Oh, wait. Oh, I screwed up the very first letter I typed.
扔掉
Yeah, I don't know.
不要把食物扔掉。
Oops. I don't remember what I typoed.
故坡喝酒
你会喝酒吗？
未婚妻
他的未婚妻出轨了。
Okay, I went for it. That didn't work.
平招生
学校有招生名额。
It's like student life. What is student life? Or maybe it's enroll?
"常态
恢复常态。
Oh, conventional or like normal. It's probably like normal or ordinary. Something like that. Uh-oh.
位置
地理位置。
What?
肾
Why was shun not... Oh, this is not even correct. It's oh no, it is, right? Normal? Normalcy, okay. Set up, fixed. Fixed position. Oh, wait. Set up standing position? Oh, that's location. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Set up position.
无家可归
他的家被毁了，现在无家可归。
Okay. Enroll. Okay. To drop and to toss away, to throw away. Yeah, they probably want to throw away. Now that I think about it.
兄弟，
他没有兄弟。
落后，
不学习就会落后。
马，
Oh no. Hang on. I know what it is. Just got stuck.
器官，
心脏是人体重要的器官之一。
器官. I don't know what that is. Okay. It's chu 牛. Sorry, that's supposed to be two.
不行，
这个方法不行。
丝，
What? Oh, 吹牛. What? Oh, 全部. Is it supposed to be neutral? Hmm.
姨妈，
我的姨妈很善良。
姨妈. Hmm. What is happening? 全部不 maternal aunt.
吹牛，
他在吹牛。
Utensil officer. What? What? Oh, heckin' organ. Nah, that's just gonna be blocked out. It's fine. We're not gonna go over that anymore. How is this not 全部? Oh, 全都. Oh my gosh. They're synonyms for me in Chinese. Oops. Oh, 和 not who.
全都，
他们说的全都是真的。
全部 is same.
是，河岸，
我们在河岸散步。
渡，警车，
小心， 有一辆警车。
I thought this was did I already type that? Huh.
另类，
她是一个另类的女孩。
Hmm.
连环，
连环杀手。
Oh, Yin. Squire? Double pads. Oh, that's not. that's buckle.
增产，
增产2成。
Oops. That's G.
户，抽烟，
我从不抽烟。
鸡，
Or base. The pod and then the balancing. Yeah.
摇篮，
摇篮中的婴儿安静地入睡。
What did I pick? What did I write before? Must have been a typo because I don't remember it.
提，
T? Oh, is that a problem? How do they go about that?
互信，
我们的互信很重要。
It's trust. Trust, mutual trust, yeah. Okay.
桥，盐，
That's not it. That's G. Why do I wanna?
减，
Ooh. Simple.
支票，
你需要签名在支票上。
付，文章，
他的文章通常都很感人。
Oh no, it's a literature thing, article, essay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're bypassing those. Did I go with problem or bring out or take? Oh, it could be like take. Oh, our topic. Okay. I think we're gonna put up like bring up topic. And that topic could be a problem. Issue. Or I don't think topic is at least good enough.
记，世家，
他世家出身。
世家 what? What? Oh, that's not that.
存在，
那个问题已经不存在了。
总数，
算在总数内。
Like total. Yeah, total overall is fine. Okay.
转折点，
搬到台湾是我人生的一个转折点。
What? Yeah. Hmm. What? What?
商，
What did they go with Xiang instead of merchant? Store? Probably store. Daybreak. That was like dancing or something. Or oh, I don't know. Family aristocrats. Okay, I think we're just gonna go with family. It's fine. That's not true. So oh, or it could be oh
努力，
我们的努力已经到顶了。
and like make an effort. We'll just put effort. It's fine. YOLO.
网页，
这个网页有很多游戏可以玩。
Oh, salesman. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Ying, no. 赌音。
前年，
我前年这时候在中国。
What?
“怎样，
这件事你怎样解释？
李子，
我喜欢吃李子。
年年 Oh. Oh, 前年 Yeah.
没想到，
我没想到会收到礼物。
What is this? Okay, well, this is definitely a block here. Oh. I actually have no recollection of this. Oh, okay. Yeah, the proclamation. Okay. Alright. Good job. Sure. Youth? Year before? Oh. Year before last. Oh, I didn't write it properly. I wrote last year. That's fine.
车辆，
路上车辆很多。
Although recent years is fine too.
妈妈，
我妈妈在家。
Wow, I don't remember Xian at all. Wow. Hmm.
百鸟，
百鸟在飞翔。
Oops. Oh, that's not it. You. Yeah.
读音，
读音不准。
Pronunciation. Oh. That's actually fine. Oh no, Yan. Chang Yan. What? Hold up. I'm not sure actually.
宣言，
Okay, 宣言。
宣言谈到了自由的重要性。
宣言。Yeah, Shin. Oh my gosh, Shin. All right, let's add a few more on here. How many Shins do I even have? Now that I think about it, Shin. I feel like there are two: proclamation and to proclaim, right? Shin, where's Shin? 前年, no, I'm not gonna worry about 前年. 全都 took me by surprise for meaning, because I just thought of all, and 全部 would be my automatic all. Salesperson, I mean, that's okay. Let's add a few here. Not those are fine. Ooh. On time, sees the time, on time. That's fine. Xing, no, that's a pivot. 世家, still really family, but aristocratic family. 世家, not good enough. We're okay. Cheng, oh, normalcy, okay. Trey. Oh, I missed Trey. Typing Trey a couple times. Trey Niao. We knew a boast. Ying. Oh, no Li. How many no's do we have? We only have Nu Li. Really? Wow. That makes sense. 喝酒全都器官 is pretty disgusting. Right? How did 器官 work? Organ, right? 器官 is disgusting. Yeah, okay. We'll do on 吃 on 吃 Oh, and then there it is. Oh no. I guess we might as well do Shuang Shen, yeah. Shen Yan. I'm pretty sure Shen is just proclaim and yeah, just to proclaim and proclamation. And then I guess 前年, sure. Let's throw in another one. 宽管 特殊 It went pretty alright. A lot of things went pretty alright. Oh, I kind of don't like this. This was way... way... 为什么？位置。Oh, there's the line too. I don't understand how I type this. Yao Lan. I don't know. Oh, I might have typed 3 for Lan. Like Lan. Yao Lan. And so Yao Lan. Maybe. Alright. I think we got our 5. It's kind of difficult to remember them. Okay, alright. Let's go over our stuff. Alright. Okay. What a question. Sorry, I'm thinking of that question. Alright, let's see. Correct answer. There's definitely a language barrier there. Spray moist. 润 及 有 有 I 酷 酱 真言 right 启示 桃花 装 装攘 嚷嚷 嚷嚷 珍贵 棒球 中央 这军 传传染传染病传染病传染病传染病草树 开启 央求 oops 英镑 all right so we have Rudolph in the infirmary's bathroom encountering an unfortunate mishap where from his long Christmas day, right? His Christmas day. He's tired, he's resting up in the infirmary. He noticed that the saloon door entrance to the bathroom is obstructed by a scepter. in which he attempts to remove the scepter using his mouth, because he's a reindeer after all, which causes it to moisten from all the saliva that's spraying around when he's carrying. Right. It's good enough. And the nurse will, it's up to the nurse to deal with cleaning up after that. Okay, and then we have Jimmy Neutron is in the living room of the house trying to modify a car. That's what he does. Try to modify a car experiment by replacing the side view mirrors with ears and a mouth for conversation. Right. How does this actually work? He's editing it. And then so modify, edit. Okay, we have Yoshi, who's in the bakery working on a pastry sculpture. A pastry sculpture that looks like a poodle. It looks like a poodle with some horns and a bottle be constructed for the tail, right? Just like a poodle. It look just like a poodle. And then we have Yoshi, who is now out in front of the bakery, where he has made himself a nice little secluded place in the mountains with some cushiony cocoons as he enjoys a croissant from his nearby bakery. Now we have Tarzan, who's in the hallway of or in the locker room of the high school, where he's trying to reach, stretched out his elbow and use his fingers to lift up the mouth of a skull in which to reach for some of his treasured things at the top of his locker. Okay. Then we have Koopa, who went to the bathroom of their house to test out the hidden warehouse passage that leads to a shack and a getaway car, just in case, you know, secret layers and all that. Then we have James Bond, who has gone to the bathroom of a pawn shop, secret safe house, where he's accessing a temporary car by using an axe and hitting a sun emblem. Okay. Now we have Shen Yan. How does Shen Yan work? Shen Yan. Proclamation, which was fine. The definition was fine. Qi Guan. Oh no, Qi Guan. Guan is Qi Guan is a big pivot organ. Anshi 暗时 is 按时 on time. I was a little off. I said anytime. 前年前年 Wait, that's not 前年. Oh, what's on top? Oh no. I'm drawing a blank on Oh, it's simpler than that. It's horns. Okay. 前前年 The heck? Wait. Am I being a doofus? No. Not a doofus. Okay. It just looks very sloppily written. 前年 should have known this. Year before last. I wrote last year. 位置 位置 Wait. Oh no, I don't know. I don't remember which page. Yeah, no, that's lost to the ether. It's fine. It's good enough. I won't think about it too much. It'll come up again. We're trying to get like 4 or 5 things to write to practice. Is it... No. Yeah, I don't know which one it is. Oh, wait, I do. No, it's gone. It's fine. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, try it out for yourself. Perhaps explaining things, it's kind of weird for... we have some weird questions, and we had some shares, right? I think today was an interesting day. I got to share my pocket story from 2 days ago. I usually take people's inspirations and conversations pretty inspiring, right? Not entirely sure if whether I've decided to be more moving forward, you know, like trying to be a little bit be more elaborate and take things even further than we're going, but I'm starting to have an idea or shape the type of way, the type of conversations that I may or may not be more likely to engage in. I think the time of pleasantries and hearing complaints and excuses requires some tact. Still working on some tact in that department. However, I genuinely think that this is far more of something that I do and I want to do more than what people want to hear, right? Whether they stick around or not, that's perfectly fine. I am very comfortable in what I said today most of the time, because sometimes I don't necessarily think it's too young. The transition from like the ideal case where a lot of times there's an overrepresentative of ideals. Avoiding problem solving and thinking, right? Avoiding problem solving, critical thinking is something that I'm going to be very passionate about moving forward. I think it's become very clear to me that the conversations I have typically are not salient or very impactful or unique without tackling the elephant in the room, which is people, when I ask questions and whatnot, they either share something and ignore other things. And whenever I ask questions, the nature of the way they answer those questions don't necessarily indicate to me that they think about what's happening and the information they're getting. Like, you know, when you're talking to someone or exchanging ideas, it's often a mutual exchange. There's like an interaction there. But ultimately, I do feel I'm trying to embrace pointing things out, right? Whether that is useful or not to the other person, that's perfectly all right. Whether they stick around to maybe suggest things to me. I've met several people who are still around who suggest things to me, and I absolutely love it because I participate in it, right? That includes watching 7 seasons of Mentalist. And I think it doesn't have to be the excuse of being young or being an excuse of being part of the internet culture or normalized behavior. I'm really starting to find the groove of pointing things out that I want to share and share and highlight about individual reasoning skills for explaining things that happen in their lives, right? For example, it is still partially the fault of the person for being being targeted. It's rarely ever so clean cut. I mean, in a very ideal world, one would expect that everyone's hardworking, right? Somehow everyone can be hardworking while also not being selfish, while also it can be very cathartic, especially through curated, post-edited, summarized, reductive pictures of how to learn, how to interact with people, how to be in a relationship with other people, how to talk to other people, and have a relationship with yourself, like self-awareness and self-love and whatnot. Viewing things in an ideal world can be reinforced very easily on the internet, especially when one only looks at certain things, only look at the desirable things without seeing how it interacts with undesirable things, because sometimes the trade-off is not ideal. So my reservations about directly encouraging and enabling people to approach things that they do in life like that is that later down the road, most of the things that I encounter are where people do not see how, or they don't want to accept, or become conditioned to not expect it. Like, for example, if you really want high quality stuff, are you also willing to pay for it? Those two things don't quite line up most of the time. Are you stupid because the people around you are stupid? Are you intelligent because you are special compared to everyone else? Like, these things are they create a lot of cognitive dissonance. And personally, Anyone I find willing to share, I would love to be a little bit more enthusiastic and determined in offering, I don't know, some form of inspiration, despite potentially becoming uncomfortable. I've heard most of the stuff that I've said before towards me, right? Because I was a kid before, I was younger before. When someone comes up and says, well, you had it good because you didn't try very much up to this point. It's like, yeah, I agree. I could have tried harder. But since I wasn't challenged, I only looked at good things, right? Or things that I already have and I met the needs. I didn't try solving problems. Because running towards problems is asking for trouble, right? It's literally asking for trouble. But at the same time, you can also help other people solve problems. You can also solve your own problems along the way. It creates a lot of proactiveness going into adulthood. I honestly think nowadays, interacting on the internet makes it easier and easier. Not that it's awareness, but easier and easier to become dependent on things. And having dependency on various things makes it also incredibly efficient at excusing things because somehow they can be compartmentalized, right? My one thing that I do have a difficulty conversing with people when it comes to conversations and interpersonal communication skills is the idea that people ask A or B about people. They ask questions like, are you A or are you B? Despite wanting to hear nuances, they adhere to nuances for a person. Like, hey, are you a math guy or are you a science guy? Are you an art guy or are you a music guy? Are you a manga guy or are you an anime guy? The answer is usually more dynamic than that. It's both. A little bit of column A, a little B. Sometimes it's column A, sometimes it's column B, right? When you have time for column A, you don't necessarily have time for column B, but that doesn't mean that you don't like it or dislike it. You can dislike two things that are mutually exclusive of one another, right? If you don't like anime, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't like manga, kind of situation. So I don't know if that was the intent of the random stranger that came out right after and asked me a or B question, and definitely have a language barrier as well. But the idea is that I think the internet has normalized that there are elements that seemingly are separated or mutually separate, but I do not believe that is the reality when interacting with human beings. Maybe AI tools, right? And automation tools like search engines and YouTube will give you A or B's, but humans don't necessarily do, whether they want to or not. Like when someone says, oh yeah, getting good grades is always good. That sounds pretty good, right? Getting good grades is always good. Well, what does that come with? What is the consequence of always getting good grades? If you're the one getting good grades, you might think it's always good. Like only good things come from always getting good grades. It's not true. At least from my perspective, it's not true. There are trade-offs. You do have trade-offs when you're always getting good grades. In my opinion, because realistically, it's an ideal case. If you hope that your entire life is filled with good grades, then I wish you the best. I hope that your life you live through as long as possible, always getting good grades. At the moment you have a not good grade, I'd like to believe there's a life lesson involved in there, right? And my first thought is that person will approach it in a way that it's not their fault. Because if they can do no wrong, then they're not the one that's wrong. So I lived through that. When I always thought I got good grades, I fought for my grades, right? Like, oh, I lost a point. It's like I go to the teacher and it's like, well, you know, I can make a rational argument for this. And then they make a rational argument and I realize that, oh yeah, that wasn't the best, right? It's a bit of humility. And over time, I realized that, oh, if someone thinks that my answer is not sufficient, then there's something to be learned. So whenever I see something that's bad or undesirable, there's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to improve it, or even change it, or help, right? I mean, I understand for a younger person, it's usually about the self most of the time. They make selfish, it's kind of humorous because I do feel like the comments are, this person keeps thinking that they're grateful for other things, but they also blame other things for all their deficiency. So it's exonerating oneself from, when it's good, it's fine to take credit. When it's bad, it's deflection. You deflect. So that, in my opinion, is very healthy. It's fairly common for a younger person. The adult might be the reverse, kind of. The adult, in my opinion, or my experience, it's the reverse over time for older people, where they assume all the burden, and all that burden creates an inability to ask for help, or even be frustrated outwardly towards things, right? That's when you get into that trouble of, no matter what you say, this person will continuously beat themselves down. It does happen to younger people as well, but usually it's a deflection, right? It's a defense mechanism to deflect. So you got a bad grade because your teacher is bad, right? And that's honestly part of the equation, right? Now, the whole purpose of me doing what I was doing or trying to do, I was trying to introduce other ways to think about it, right? Like motivate. That's my calling. I feel like that's what we're going to continue to do. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to continue to try to find creative ways to encourage people to look at things differently, whether they want to or not. It's how I contribute to the conversation, right? I don't want to say, oh, yeah, I agree. That's it. That must be it. Like, well, what if we try thinking of it this way? Because I don't think agreeing and agreeing to disagreeing enables or encourages people to think about the problem and exercise creative thinking or critical thinking skills to change their environment, not improve or worsen or maintain, because it's highly unpredictable, to encourage change. Like, if your life continuously sucks, even trying or thinking about changing it and doing some of that increases even the slightest probability on top of things just happening, right? Happenstance. Like, yes, I wouldn't mind living through life being lucky all the time. I actually think it's comical because hats off to Deadpool, but one of the Deadpool's characters, like one of the mutant characters or Deadpool peeps, was a character named Lucky, and their superpower was they're lucky. I'm like, man, that would be a really wonderful superpower. But it would also, even at that thing, when you're thinking about like good things, right? The in nature of lucky good things, I still would have found it possibly less rewarding than overcoming the bad things. So there are bad things you overcome all the time, or things you don't. It's seen at first bad, but then it can be good. Like dialogues about discrimination, dialogues about racism. You learn from them, right? And it's within one person's lifetime, obviously. I'm talking about within the individual, as opposed to like a large community or something, or legacy building, where, well, if we talk about human history, then that's a different story. I understand. That's a little bit beyond the scope of what I'm saying here. I'm thinking more in the terms of, I see an early stage of the consistent behavior that I encounter online, and I'm not talking about offline or in someone's country, just online, that as early as high school, there is an incredible lack of accountability or ownership and agency of one's performance, faculties, or progress. It's never the consequence, or like the power is not within the self anymore. It's largely due to an inundation of statistics, comparative analyses, and whataboutisms that create that idea of, oh, well, this is normal, so therefore I shouldn't have to change it. Right? Like, oh man, I got a bad grade on this. Everyone else is getting a bad grade, so that's fine. Like, that's reasonable enough. If everyone's always going to fail, then it's okay to fail. Like, well, yes, I guess technically yes. But what does that achieve? Like, what does that do for the person? Are you gonna spend most of your life trying to mirror and imitate everything by comparative analyses? You can, by the way, you can, right? It is possible, fake it until you make it kind of situation. Imitate, and then at some point there might be iteration and innovation. I like to encourage the opposite, that end, to that end, the latter end, for the time being. Like, yeah, if cheating is something that someone else does and everyone else cheats, are you going to cheat? Right? If everyone else is cheating, then it's not cheating anymore, right? It's normal. Well, sort of. When you become, an independent thinker and whatnot, you can have your opinions while understanding the statistics of it all, right? You can chase after low percentage things while working towards high percentage things. Like, hey, I still need a job to get that paycheck like everyone else. Well, at the same time, I can have a hobby that chase after things that not everyone else is chasing after, right? So it's kind of a balancing act. But when I am confronted with questions and answers that elicits exactly one-sided arguments or one-sided perspective, I try to add my own. It's not for the sake of trying to gaslight or influence or condition someone to change the way they think. Is to offer what it's like to have two people contributing to a single topic, right? On the internet, I think the most classical, normalized way people talk to each other, even when language learning or target language learning, is there is an instructor, there's a responder, and there's a person asking, right? And that is the early days. It's the kind of like the school environment, the formal school environment. And for me, I usually think of people as transitioning past, because of legal age and streaming privileges, right? Usually you're around graduating high school by the time you interact with someone online. That's usually where I think I'm at. So I usually interact with people who are around 18 years old, transitioning into adulthood, perhaps, right? Becoming or attempting to become independent. And independence is not that type of conversation. That is dependency. Everything is dependent on something else that you have no control over. Like, if everyone around you is getting poor grades, it's easy to deflect to something you don't have control over rather than trying to do something that you do have control over. One of them would be to not feel as defeatist by saying, well, everyone's getting bad grades, so I might as well. It's okay to get bad grades. I still personally would encourage the person to try not to get a bad grade, regardless of what the result is. It's the practice of trying or doing. For other people, like, no try, there's no try, there's just do. Same for me is a similar difference. Trying is the doing. Trying equals doing. So when you do these things, you become more proactive over time. In fact, I would say for those who resonate with what I was trying to illustrate by comparing, like, oh, if this is different, then try to find that difference, explain it, and then use that. Or if that is the same because you're comparing it, go find a difference somewhere else. Know the similarities so you can enrich for the similarities. Know the differences in order to promote change to normalize the differences, to provide consistent results. It's very difficult early on to talk to someone who may not appreciate differing perspectives, which that leads to my last final thing. Most of my conversation, it's marked for a mature audience, right? I don't typically spend a lot of time talking to perhaps very younger people. I'm often worried about my conversations being a little bit too inappropriate for a younger age, so I would have to keep track of that. But I do stand by most of the things I say. They're very practiced, rehearsed, and calculated. I genuinely believe that there is a deficiency in critical thinking and problem solving skills, and that idealism, both bad and good, right? Saying good, bad, stupid, smart, those things are idealistic. They are categorically idealistic. So when it's not a utopia, then it's obviously a dystopia, right? No, it's somewhere in between, at least between 2 points. You're neither smart nor stupid. Sometimes you can be smart, sometimes you can be stupid about things. There are things you're ignorant about, there are things you are knowledgeable about, right? It's a collective. It provides clarity, certainly, to reduce things. Aiming to gain more nuance is an ever-present, useful application of human creativity and human critical thinking. Settling for reductive knowledge and learning makes for a consistent life that I don't find the appeal. That's not something I empathize with. So if I learn Chinese, for example, and Japanese, I'm not there to stick to whatever is prescribed. I'm there to take whatever is prescribed and also make more from it. It doesn't matter if someone else already created that or do that. It's the act of doing it that is transformative. So no, I don't look at the next person and say, oh man, so many people failed using this product, but I'm interested in this product. Should I use it? It's like, yeah, of course. I'll use it and see what happens. Will I fail from it? Maybe, or likely. If I fail, then I'll learn something from it. That's kind of my perspective. And this is about non-serious things. Now, the other part that I really wanted to highlight on my little digression was friends and families and how you establish relational things, because communication is and relational, like psychology, is something that I have a hobby in. I'm not a specialist in. And what I want to emphasize here is idealism is incredibly unintentionally selective and toxic, sometimes, unintentionally toxic or maybe apathetic towards human interactions. Like, I can't tell you how difficult or disheartening it is when someone says, I don't like this one aspect of this person, and therefore everything is corrupted. Because if a bad thing exists, it's rarely ever seen as, wait, but this undesirable thing is maybe a related to something that is desirable. And without these relationships, often I find that when it gets into adulthood, like in your 20s, mid-20s, and into their 30s, they seek something only to encounter the thing they dislike. Like, for example, a person gets tired of nitpicking, like people keep nitpicking their favorite video game. And when I asked them, it's like, why do you think you keep encountering people keep nitpicking your video game? Why do you keep entering arguments about the details of your favorite video game? It's like, well, it's my favorite video game. I care about it a lot. It's like, so is it reasonable to think that when you care about it a lot, you're often around people who care about it a lot? So that leads to nitpicking, right? So that's kind of what I mean. When you start viewing things in isolation, the relationship, the context, like language, if you continue to focus on vocabulary without understanding the relationship between the vocabulary words, you lose the necessary bigger picture of things. Like, oh yeah, I want to be good at running while being good at everything else. And like, time is a relationship there, right? Well, when you're running, you're not doing everything else, right? So how do you work on that? Or how is it even possible? Sometimes it's dissonance. You want someone who's super caring but not clingy. You want someone who says all the right things despite being sad or happy. Well, the things to be said about happy is not the same to be said about sadness. If you want someone, if you always are right and you're surrounded by people who are always right, then they are not the ones to help you solve your problems, because they haven't solved any problems. What does it feel like to be depressed? Well, it's certainly not going to come from someone who's never depressed or never believes they're depressed. Right? How do you get better at math? It's probably not from someone who never has problems with math. They can probably tell you how they got good at math, but it would be very different compared to someone who got better at math when they initially sucked at math, for example. And these are the things that make humans humans. They're really beautiful, but compartmentalized, you can make any person, in my opinion, you can make any person out to be the worst human being in the world if you only see the bad in someone and you only see the good in someone. So that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. It's very easy to, in my opinion, it's a far more easy or normalized online to have a polarized perspective on something. Confirmation bias makes you believe all the negatives because you want to, and they only show you the positives when you want to as well, not the things you don't see. And oftentimes that's what happens when you talk to other human beings, when you like interact with other human beings, right? Interact with other teachers. You start seeing other things that kind of should make you think about relationships between things, but I feel like the vast majority of people use avoidant behavior nowadays, where, well, bad things, I just pretend they don't exist. if they do exist, I will just wipe them off. Just pretend like they're not there. Right? And then when it comes up, you don't know how to deal with it. Or you don't know what to do about it. Like, man, this guy talks a lot. But I like that they care about what they're talking, like they care about what they do. Like, yeah, talking a lot also is associated with caring about what they do. So, man, I wish there were people who care about a lot of things and they don't just run their mouth and write all the time and spend so much time investing in things. Like, well, you can't really care about a lot of things and know about a lot of things if you don't spend a lot of time doing the thing, right? That's too good to be true territory. That's when only seeing good things. That's like saying you only inherit good things from things if you continue to only pick good things. There's no possible way a person has enough foreshadowing or clairvoyance to know what is always going to be good for the rest of their lives. What you're building now could be something that is not good in the future, right? So instead of, in my opinion, operating on idealism, idealism is fantastic as a conceptual goal. Like, you can reach and think about ideals, talk and brainstorm about conceptually idealistic situations or theoretical situations, and then use that to gauge realistic observations, right? It's, to me, when you say someone is a teacher and that they're they're only offer worse qualities, they're a teacher. There could be 0 teachers or willingness, so at least there's that. Well, there's still more to be unpacked there. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say, right, for today. I'm getting a little carried away, so feel free, come on by, offer your tickets, right? You're always welcome. Whoever out there, stranger if you will, you are all welcome to disagree, offer a cogent counter arguments. I would love to hear it. Like, I personally, that's what I do in my free time, since after stream goes off, I'm not responsible technically for speaking anymore and sharing whatever I'm doing. So I go and enrich myself of all the counter arguments. Like, maybe tonight I'll look at if it's possible, if someone do believe that only doing good things that you believe are good and selecting good things based on the merit of others was possible, right? I think it is. I wouldn't gamble on, I personally wouldn't gamble on idealism. So that was my perspective that I want to give. And you are more than welcome to give your perspective in any form. Heck, if you make content and you also are interested in other people who have counter arguments, I welcome that. Definitely, whatever yap session I get will continue to change and evolve my perspective on realistic proactive decision making. And yeah, that's a wrap for today. If you're only interested in HanziHero or traditional Chinese, I'm probably not the most ideal case because these digressions do happen, but you can skip around if you want, right? So until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.